Test, test, test. This is a quick test to make sure the audio is working correctly. I type the proper position of audio line. Right. online. Okay. I should can that, bring that out the way. At least that looks okay. I am testing, I am speaking.
Hello, testing and speaking. This is Alex here, and
This is Bryn.
Bryn over there.
Well, actually, it'd be the right, that way compared to you. No, right, that way compared to you. As in your reference from me.
Bryn, look at the live stream. You're on the right. I'm on the left.
I am. I'm looking at the live stream from my machine.
What a good time.
Yeah,
anyway, the buffer underruns aren't anywhere near so noticeable with the voice, so I'm calling that a win.
Then I'll kill Winamp. That'll save some space.
And best of all, we're only about like 5 seconds behind.
Let me
so
just...
I'll still have to mute the live stream eventually, but oh yeah, there's still buffer underruns. It's just less jarring with voice.
At least compared to, or at least pauses can hide them more.
Yeah. It'll still happen about a second in each time.
Just saying. Maybe just let it know. That your audio will pop about every second. So about every second, just pause a bit, just a little bit. So hopefully you might be able to catch the underrun from catching it. Unless I temporarily stop streaming, close OBS and the other things. But I don't.
Okay.
That's going to be too much.
Delay test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's neat. Only about 5 seconds of delay.
Right. I need to quickly edit this. I just realized that, so I should probably go back to main online so I can actually see it in bigger frame. It was basically because I kind of come on.
We have heads. We have chat.
Guessing part of this is lag because I am now actually live streaming. Okay, that looks good. Let's hide that so I can actually see it on the edge of the screen. It's the scroll bar. It's just a bit on the edge. Good. That looks a bit better. It was because I switched to I turned off one of the monitors and the computer basically rearranged a whole bunch. Okay, this is going to be choppy. But it's the best we've got with the machine we've got. At the moment.
Yeah. Alrighty. Calling it, let's throw up the splash screen for a little bit. And
why? I just realized why it's a bit choppy.
No, what are you? Oh yeah.
Give me a second. Okay, now that should look a bit better. I just realized. Do I want to reboot the machine to re-enable my internal GPU so to actually use the system I was using, or I'll do that overnight. At least that's fixed, and I've told it to use the GPU to render. I don't think I should be using the GPU on such a old GPU. I remember reading the AMD one, but at least that will actually look a bit better if it's not so choppy.
I think we've lost the choppiness.
Yeah, because it's now not overloading the CPU. It was on software renderer.
Excellent.
It's because it's both streaming on software rendering. Right. I'm gonna have.
Alrighty. Reckon we could try Winamp again.
Try Winamp again, but I doubt it's gonna be any different. Oh. Okay. Okay. No, thank you, Winamp. Let's play music. Oh, wait. It probably helps if I actually type it correctly. So let's move it over to That's easy enough to add sound back. Copy. There. Now you've got the actual Congress sound over the top.
Alrighty. Welcome to the
Okay, still a bit.
Temporary podcast.
Okay, let's bring this down a bit. Okay. Okay, about 5 seconds. And unfortunately, you're probably going to have to deal with the buffer underflows. Does that sound a bit better now? Oh, shite. Let's see if I can get this released in a minute. I need to dump features. Moving to a different browser again to see if this is gonna.
Okay, I am back.
It is streaming and my computer is. Okay, something off the edge. Let's see if this now isn't so bogged down. Not that I have a bogged down browser to deal with. Oh no. Well, it is not dropping frames like a complete buggery now. I should actually quickly get rid of this. Oh wait, yes it is. Okay, does this sound good?
Sorry, that sounds great.
It sounds crap.
Oh, you know, it just went choppy then. It's been good for the last few minutes. The audio stream.
Yeah, I've still got that problem with. I've got lots of underplays. That's the problem.
Sorry, who was that?
It's handbrake cream. Just saying, it's a bit.
Oh, yeah, I can see you, Brent. Sorry, somebody else was talking over you, and they were far more choppy. We have dialects on the channel. Like, your stream seems okay, Brent. It's just when other people talk as well as you, it seems to go very choppy.
I wouldn't be surprised. As I said, I think my computer, when I have it, I don't think my computer is quite set up for that, especially with the download I had to do last night. I should actually do another actually means that Jitsi, the new Jitsi, into the okay, back to static away from studio. There is the other Jitsi basically, which is now connecting the audio input is now instead of an output capture should hopefully now be a little less noisy. Ha 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 ha.
No, that's really bad at the moment. It's more chopped than not.
Let's try that again. Okay, this is the output capture. Does that sound better? It's got a few filters, but
That is infinitely superior.
that is superior. Then I probably should have used that in the first place.
Yeah, the Jitsi stream is fine. It's
Let's
the
stick with
YouTube
this
that's chopping.
I knew I've got that problem too. I think my
This is good for now. This will get us through the morning session.
yeah, because I will need to reboot to change the audio, to change the renderer to actually use my CPU's rendering hardware instead of my graphics card, which is a bit old. Oops. I probably should not have disabled the internal GPU. Okay, let's see who's here. We got RJ, we got Pip, we got Purple. Okay, let's get these off. Tell me when you want me to switch over to either the timing or to the stack to the main. Because I think we're actually on there.
Well, it's just up to 10 now, so
Just hit main. We got everyone here? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
alrighty. Hello, everybody. I am Alex Jago, the secretary of the party. We've got today a bunch of people connected on the call. We've got several NC members. We've got a couple of regular pirates. We've got a whole bunch of people in the Discord chat. So if you're on the call, let's introduce ourselves. And if you're in the chat, introduce yourself if you so desire. And if you're in the chat especially, please message me for identity verification. I am Alex Jago, AlexJago on both Discord and on IRC.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep,
I can hear you, Miles.
I've got you there, and I can see your cupboard full of junk in the background.
Order!
Okay, it is 10:05 AEST. Miles, I invite you as president to open the Congress.
I'm just pulling up the agenda now. And I'm pulling up the standing orders now. Okay. Thanks. So just a quick note, I'm running off the stream audio, so my responses are going to be delayed. It might be easier if I run off the Jitsi audio though, so we'll see how we go. Okay. I've got in front of me the agenda, which I've reviewed, and the standing orders. I make it 11 past 10, Saturday 25th. So I'm now going to open National Park.
You may need to repeat yourself a few times. As I said, this is what I was worried about.
Oh, we've lost Miles's voice there
Miles,
because his connection is not great. This is the state of Australian internet. Miles is muted. This is the problem. For context, Miles has often had microphone issues, but this is especially annoying.
I'm just going to grab some caffeine. I'll be back in a moment.
I'll just complete what Miles was trying to say. Officially declare this Congress open. As for no, I was just waiting until Miles was completing it. That's all.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, hello, can you guys hear me now?
Miles is back. Hooray. Pardis, you might find it's a Barrett tree rather than a mute.
Yeah, I just did the whole open welcome and acknowledgement. Did anyone get that?
Nope. You're muted. Do it again.
No. Fantastic. Okay. Let's go for take two. So far, it's been going quite smoothly. My name is Miles. I'm the outgoing president for Pirate Party Australia. And as it's now 13 minutes past 10 on Saturday 25th, I open National Congress, Pirate Party Australia National Congress 2020. So I first would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which most of us are located, not all of us, but most of us. So I'm on the Yagara land in south of Brisbane. There are other parts here with me in close proximity, but other parts are in many other parts of Australia. And if you're not familiar whose Aboriginal land you're on, I would look it up, because it is all about history. And it's something that's I quite enjoy. I think it's very important to learn about it. And obviously there was no treaty, and sovereignty was never ceded there. So we, on to housekeeping. Normally this is for stuff like the fire exits and a location of toilets and things like that. Obviously, this year we're all online, so things are a little bit differently, and it's been a real exciting ride getting this prepared. And I can see it's not quite the same as what I was preparing, but it's definitely in the ballpark of what we were hoping to achieve. So this is going to be very exciting, and I'll get everyone to bear with us, and hopefully this can turn into something pretty cool this year. Any other housekeeping items? If you wish to address Congress, we'll try and run as similarly to Congress in previous years as possible. If you wish to address Congress, make yourself known to the remote chair, who has not yet been appointed. Would any National Council members like to volunteer as the remote chair?
I'd like to invite Satch to be the remote chair.
I can do that. No worries.
Excellent, thank you. So in previous years, the role of the remote chair has been to monitor the IRC and online channels, and anyone who wants to make a text comment, it is their responsibility to read out that comment at an appropriate point in the discussion. Obviously, things will be a little bit different here as we're all remote, but I think it'll still be important to have someone monitoring text chat and making sure that anyone who wants to formally address Congress, you will be their speaker on the National Council.
Yeah.
No worries.
So the procedure, if you want to address Congress. Yeah, go on, Dave.
Yes, just to confirm, everything from IRC is being relayed to Discord. So if I just relay from Discord, that should be fine, or shall I be in IRC as well, just in case?
IRC to Discord.
The important channels from IRC are mirrored.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm in Discord currently, but not IRC.
Yep. We have two-way Discord
Yes.
to IRC communication.
Beautiful.
In the relevant channels, which are PPAU Congress on IRC relays to National Congress General on Discord, and then the general channel goes to on Discord goes to PPAU on IRC.
Yep.
And chip posting and memes on Discord goes to PPAU Social on IRC.
Okay, beautiful. No worries at all. I'll relay anything that starts with a motion or a comment from Discord.
We need a question.
Yes, yes.
Yep, excellent. So, so anyone in the National Council and Conference has the prerogative, can speak anytime to interrupt myself or another speaker, standing motions aside. So if you're not a member of the National Council and you would like to speak, please make yourself known to Dave Kennedy, who is Satch on Discord, and you, if you're an IRC, you can just go at Satch, S-A-T-C-H. And Alex is also typing in chat to preface anything formal with the word motion, comment, or question, and then Dave will read that out on the stream. So I hope things will be a lot easier this year for remote participants, as we're all remote participants, we're all in the same bucket now. Is there any other housekeeping which needs to be taken care of?
Note that the YouTube chat doesn't get read out because we can only keep track of so many things at once. So yeah, please do be aware of that.
Yep. Okay. So let's move on to adoption of standing orders. I'm going to be linking the standing orders inside the Congress chat. I'll invite everyone to have a look over them. I'll also read them out quickly. So the general rules do not interrupt the chairs or speakers unless raising a vote of no confidence against the chair. As the outgoing president, I am the chair for Congress. The National Council will appoint 2 chairs before business begins, one to chair the Congress generally, neither acts on behalf of remote participants. National Congress will appoint at least one person to take minutes of National Congress before business begins. Just confirming, Alex, you're taking minutes.
I am taking minutes.
Excellent.
They might even be good this year.
If you wish to speak, draw attention to the chair by raising your hand. Okay, this is going to need to be amended but we'll come back to that one. Upon acknowledgement of the chair, move to a microphone before you begin speaking. Remote participants begin statements in IC with the remote chair's name, follows action, motion, question, or comment. Remote chair will read this out at an appropriate juncture. Nominations for electoral position. Actually, going back to these two, I think they won't need to be amended if we all count as remote participants. And I think that will be okay. Does anyone disagree with that interpretation?
No, that sounds fine to me.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so nominate.
Nice ringtone.
I have muted Miles while he deals with that. Obviously, any reference to IRC in standing orders should be taken to also refer to Discord. And Miles, you will need to unmute yourself.
Okay, back. So continue on point number 2, nominations. Nominations for electoral positions must be made by a start of business on the 2nd of Congress. So nominations for party positions are still open at this time. I highly encourage anyone who has considered or is interested to put your nomination forward. As always, we are volunteer run and we always welcome new nominees or new participants. Participating in Australian politics at any level is always a wild ride, but an incredible experience. So the process for nominating is quite simple. Like anywhere else on the internet, you just make an edit on our wiki to indicate you're nominating. I put a link in chat. All you have to do is edit the page, drop in the little template, and then put in details. It's quite easy and straightforward. So back to standing orders.
That you probably need to be a full member to be on National Council.
I'm pretty sure you need to be a full member.
Yeah, so just be aware of that, please. And if you're unsure, you can log into our membership system and check, or you should be able to log in and check. If you're unsure, message me. I will do a quick double check of the bylaws to check. Okay, if you're a permanent resident, then you should also be entitled to run for National Council, because I'm pretty sure federal legislation doesn't prevent that. So I will go ahead and check that for us. This hasn't actually been an issue in the past, I don't think.
Let's how about we come back to that? I'd like to keep going tomorrow. So for nominations, you will present your nominations tomorrow. Standing orders, point 3, announcing motions. Motions to amend platform or policies have now closed, and motions to amend the Constitution are now closed, but we do have a number of amendments to be debated and voted on in Congress this weekend. Standing orders, section 2 on announced motions. Nothing here is particularly new, it's just procedural things. So the 2 other form of motions, we have floor motions, which is for anything someone wants Congress to deal with, which is not covered elsewhere. So, for example, statement of support or the like. Procedural motions are to do with things like the running of Congress, the technical details, adjourning the meeting, etc., so on and so forth. So if you, for example, if you think something is dragging on too long, you can make a procedural motion to move on to the next agenda item, and so on and so forth. So I'll now give a couple of minutes to allow for any discussion on these, but there shouldn't, standing orders are normally very uncontroversial. Is there anything anyone would like to say in response to these, any proposed amendments?
I would like to propose that we introduce a 3-minute voting period because that's not explicitly specified.
Can I confirm, is this an amendment to the standing orders you'd like to make?
It's an addition to the standing orders, I guess, for this year.
Addition? Okay.
Procedural motion, yeah.
I'm not sure if a motion will actually be necessary. Would we need to make a motion?
I mean, the standing orders don't specify what time frame we do for we have for these votes, so I'm not necessarily changing anything in them. But I would like to set that as the procedure that we use this weekend.
Okay. That's fine. We can do that informally then. So I'm going to move a motion that we adopt the standing orders as documented in that page. I'm going to go to general, motion adopt orders. Okay, please place your votes in chat. Mandrake, are we able to get a vote tally on the stream?
It'll get put up once I count it.
It's all text.
Okay.
As said,
It's going to be.
say, as stated, raise green for I.
Oh, you kept
type I.
You kept your Congress cards from last year.
I want to specify that everyone
Yeah, Mandrake's got all of them.
And it's got
All 20 or 40 of them.
Although that's what I said after you, Miles.
This one's going to pass unanimously, so yeah, it's just a matter of a matter of discussion, but yeah, not an issue.
Well, this is always a good practice / warm-up vote for people to see it in action and get used to the idea of how things work, because we do things quite differently in the Pirate Party. We have, out of any political party, we have the largest focus on direct democracy and technology, and we've always worked really hard to make sure that they work together.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give it another minute.
3 minutes.
Yes.
No,
I do like putting a cap on that. Usually we just call it arbitrarily when enough votes come in.
The tyranny of being efficient.
I think that's been 3 minutes.
Okay, excellent. Let's call the motion there. That's passed in favour. The next item on the agenda. I'm sorry, I just closed the agenda. The next item on the agenda is outgoing council reports. So we're going pretty well on schedule this year. That's exciting. As outgoing president, I will nominate myself to go first, and then I'd invite Alex with the. Alex, would you like to present? Would you be presenting the treasurer's and the secretary's report, or would you like to nominate someone for treasurer?
I mean, I wrote both of them.
You'll do both?
Both.
Okay. Okay. So this year, as the outgoing president, I believe this is my 3rd year with the Pirates. I've been with the Pirates for a number of years now. As I like to say, the only reason I'm a founding member members because I was too young to vote at the time, so I couldn't be a formal member. But I have been with the Pirates since the start, and my participation has been fairly hands-off for most of that time. But I've really got in over the last couple of years, and so last year I took the party through the 29 federal election. We changed a number of things in the election last year. We did a lot of exciting new stuff, and we faced a lot of challenges, and we ended up with a result about as expected, which is on the face of it disappointing, but we all knew going into it that we were up against a massive struggle. So we ran Senate candidates in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and West Australia, and we also ran a House of Representatives candidate in New South Wales.
No.
We averaged around a bit under 1%. I'm getting a correction there.
John didn't run as a House candidate in the end. It was in the Senate.
Okay, we did Senate. All right. So it's been a little while. So we averaged a little under 1% for all of those states, I believe. One of our strongest performing states was West Australia. To everyone's surprise, but there was a really strong campaign over there. And despite all of us running very tight in the wire for volunteers and funding. So congratulations and thank you to everyone who ran back then and everyone who participated in those campaigns. It was very, very exciting. And I really hope that we get the chance to do that again. As a few of you, as I've been mentioning, a few of you will be aware, we are at a risk of being federally deregistered. The reason for this is that our member numbers have dropped steadily over the past few years. And there's a number of reasons for this. Part of this is a struggle to get the word out there and build up. We'll struggle to promote ourselves due to our small size. And another factor is that our traditional target demographic is normally quite apolitical, as we target technically literate people, internet denizens, and so there's a bit of a gap between that and then what's really needed for electoral campaigns, which is people who are outgoing and willing to get out there and put in legwork and lots of time volunteering and organising and door knocking and handing out flyers. It takes a huge amount of energy, and that's something which is a lot to ask. And so, despite those challenges, we've done a lot of fantastic things. And I personally hope last year is not the last election we ever contest, but there's a chance it may be. So, I intend to renominate, but I'll discuss that in my candidate speech tomorrow. My plans for nomination for the next year and platform. And the final thing which I'd like to address in my report is the somewhat alarming and concerning announcement for transparency's sake that after National Congress last year, the National Council launched an accidental coup of the Pirate Party. It was a coup because essentially what happens is we had a bureaucratic and logistical breakdown where the votes from National Congress last year did not. There was some kind of hiccup where the votes did not go through. Were not held. The party votes were not held, I believe.
Straight up didn't held the vote.
Yeah, and so there are two main reasons for that. It was not malicious. It was a cock up. The two reasons for that cock up were we had some problems with IT, which was mainly a lack of volunteers and a lack of energy, and so we were struggling with there. But then also we on the council as well were pretty slack in the follow-up, as we knew that we'd literally just finished a massive election campaign less than a month earlier, about 3 weeks earlier, in fact. And so we were all incredibly burnt out, as it was a hard election campaign. So there's sort of a bit of two things there. It wasn't a malicious coup, so I say it's accidental. But everyone who nominated at Congress went on to take their positions anyway,
Except
with one exception. Yeah, as I said, one exception. So hopefully this year we've changed up the platforms and we've rejuvenated a lot of things, and hopefully we'll avoid the mistakes in the past, and also we haven't had an electoral campaign we've been through. So for my report, those are the things I wanted to touch on, and I'll invite Alex to present the Secretary and Treasurer's report.
Alrighty. Yes, Mandrake, I accept that slapping with the wet trout. Okay, so if you like to read things rather than listen to things, I've posted my report up on the forums. So I'll begin by reading that out, and then I'll take comments and questions, I guess. Hang on, I'm just good. One. Okay, so it's been an interesting year for several reasons, and perhaps it's always an interesting year. So I want to begin by thanking everyone who has helped out this year. So the party's primary challenge in previous years, this year, and next year, it's always the same challenge. We need more people. I say this with my registered office hat as much as my secretary hat. As Miles says, we do have a risk of being deregistered sometime in the next year when the AEC audits us. More than that, we're meant to be a member-driven organisation, and it's hard to be a member-driven organisation when only a few members actually participate. With respect, our approach to prioritising member privacy of basically everything else isn't helping here. I'm a communications bottleneck between everything that needs to go on and everyone who we want to do things, because our privacy policy says that I'm the only one who's meant to have access to member data, which is a really admirable thing, but it's also a real bottleneck. And this is a problem because our single best tool for communicating with people is sending mass emails, and sometimes I will send a mass email to well over 1,000 recipient addresses and not get a single reply. So something is clearly going wrong there. I said this exact same thing last year. Obviously, for various reasons, we haven't felt like we've been able to address that this year. But I've got a further data point to what I said last year. People are outright missing our renewal emails. So I now suspect that's one of the reasons for our membership fall-off. I know for a fact that it's happened to a number of people, including some who will be at Congress today or at Congress tomorrow. Look, I'm not going to name any names, but you know who you are. And this isn't to blame you, it's just to demonstrate how easy it is to miss these emails. Now, as Miles has already said, this year we had the particular problem that our voting system got bus-factored last year, and then we had no voting, and then we had the legitimacy question. And then, of course, once one of the candidates resigned from the party, I don't think I'm talking out of turn to say that they did, because that's pretty public. There were no longer any contested positions, as it were, and so the rest of us took up those roles. But there was a bit of a lull towards the end of last year where nothing really happened. This Congress will provide renewed legitimacy because there'll actually be a valid election. I acknowledge that this could have been handled a lot better, and I suggest that the blame should go to me. This concludes my secretary's report. Questions?
I think we all carried part of the blame, but it's not undeserved. We put in a lot of effort during the election campaign, and I have a feeling this is the first time Congress has fallen on the same year as, or after an election campaign in the same year, let alone 3 weeks after a federal election campaign. Which is a huge ask.
It was, and 2016 was similarly god awful.
Mm. Okay. Well, bear in mind, nominations are open for National Council, and if you wish to oust this corrupt, self-serving, tyrannical, outgoing Secretary and President, you're welcome to contest the positions, and invited, please do contest those positions.
I'd just like to say that there's been a lot of other factors beyond our party that have impacted our growth over the last couple of years. Notably, currently, we have the whole COVID issue. I mean, this is a terrible virus, and its economic impacts are going to be going on for the next decade, probably. So there's a big point there. I've also seen a lot of movements, grassroots movements that are forming their own single-issue political parties. There's one that's out there currently trying to get members to run for the next election that's solely based around anti-vaccination and that whole sentiment. Yeah. Sorry?
They're not new by any means.
Oh, I know, but them running for an election is new. So yeah, they're actually making a serious go of it. I follow a couple of anti-vaxxers on Facebook just to see what they're up to, and yeah, they're getting serious about it. But there's a whole bunch of single-issue parties that are taking attention away from other minors like ourselves, and adding to that the stresses that people are feeling because of the whole COVID-19 issue. It's not a good year for political movements like ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I'll invite you to present the Treasurer's report now.
If any other NC members would like to present a report, they get to go first, I believe the agenda says. So last call for any other NCs.
I think it's just you, Dave.
I pretty much said my bit there. I see us taking a downturn, obviously, but I still see hope for the party. We have a unique platform when it comes to our balance between some left-leaning economic ideals and libertarianism. And I think that there's very few other parties that can claim that position on the political spectrum. That's it for me.
Yeah, we're in the incredibly awkward position of being exactly halfway between the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. That is a very awkward position to be in sometimes.
Yes. Yes.
It's great because they hate each other, but we get along with both of them. It's a time.
Oh no, they both hate us as well.
Thanks.
It's like a love-hate relationship.
Alrighty, well, in that case, let's get on with it. I will take us through the Treasury report, which is also up in the wiki. Alrighty, so first of all, in the opinion of the National Council of Pirate Party Australia Incorporated, we are a Tier 2 association according to the reporting requirements of the New South Wales Department of Fair Trading and Associations and Corporation Act 2009, and that this financial statement is a true and fair view of the association's affairs and complies with the requirements of the Associations and Corporation Act 2009 in New South Wales. This statement is not applicable for Electoral Commission disclosure requirements. All figures are taken from bank statements and other party records and are valid as of June 30th, the close of our financial year. So that's the first page of the statement. Second page of the statement, we had just over $4,500 worth of income this year. That's down on $15,500 last year for fairly obvious reasons that we didn't have to fundraise for an election. Our expenditure is similarly way down. So the vast bulk of that came from membership and donations, and pretty much the remainder of it came from getting our deposit on the whole hire back from Congress of last year. So obviously the deposit only came back in the new financial year. Sorry. And Redbubble also sent us $2.62 for someone buying something at a time. Against that, we spent, and I say spent with a big old asterisk, we spent just over $3,000. I say spent with a very large asterisk because someone direct debited the party account for $999 about a week before the end of financial year. We have successfully disputed that debit, but the money only came back on July 1st, which is the day after financial year ends. So our actual spending for the year was effectively just over $2,000. But even on the books, we made a net profit this year, which is helpful because, as a political party, we're in a 3-year cycle where we have a massive spend 1 year and we hope to make some money the other 2 years to build up a bit of a treasure chest, as it were. Our assets are simply money in the bank. We don't have any other physical assets. And for some reason, there's $1 of total liabilities in the report. I don't know why that's there. That's a typo. But our net assets, we've got about $4,500 in the bank, or at least so saith that report. So, moving on down, the final page of the report, the fourth page, has a statement largely saying the same things I've just said. I advise you all to read it because it's a lot more coherent than I am at 10 o'clock in the morning. The other thing I want to note is that we also have a PayPal. That didn't get, nothing got transferred out of the PayPal into the actual bank accounts this year. So there'll be a bit more that represents donations made this year via PayPal, which will come next year. So again, what we need is more members. the main treasury note here is that reasonable amounts of money spent on advertising the party do tend to pay off in new donations. If we spend $20 promoting a post saying, hey, join the party, then we'll probably get about that much money back in membership donations. So we shouldn't be afraid to do that. Finally, I want to thank everyone who donated to the party this year because you make it happen. I want to say thank you to Mark Gibbons, who was, oh God, there's so many typos in this report. Mark is immediate past treasurer. The report says secretary. I will upload a correction. I want to thank everyone who's built and maintained our membership systems in the past, and to everyone who's made this party worthwhile for all time.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the outgoing council reports?
On Treasury specifically.
I have a comment here from Pip Foraker. John August said in GT chat he wanted to speak after Alex.
John is on the council. John doesn't need to ask to speak. Are you muted in Jitsi, John?
We have neither video nor audio
John?
right now.
Okay, I'd like to propose. I'd like after the council reports, we're due to take a 10-minute break, but it could take 5 or 10 minutes just to see. It could take a little bit of time, yeah, just to try and debug these issues. John, do you want us to? John, would you like us to take a break now while we get you on the stream, or are you close to coming online?
Well, the agenda actually says the agenda actually says break before report. Not that that matters.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, Alex, are you able to unmute John?
No. I can mute people, but you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, must be an issue. Okay. I'd like to motion that procedural motion that we break for 10 minutes. Then we hear John's address, and then we begin the amendments.
John doesn't have an address. Well, John may wish to make an address, but
Mandrake wishes to make a statement. Apparently.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
As a
Mandrake, go ahead.
Yeah. Just saying that for part of the debugging of the stream itself, like audio or whatever, 10 minutes would be, it would take too long. It probably might have to be moved to overnight, or at least some of the debugging. Or I might be able to squeeze it in during lunchtime. It will require a reboot.
Would you like to bring your rig over to my place tonight, and you can run from here tomorrow? I have plenty of space.
I don't think the pipe is. I don't think it's the pipe that's the problem.
It's the computer.
I think it's internal into the computer.
Yeah. All right.
So, as I said, Alex got the settings. If you just open up OBS, it should just be a few tweaks and it'll just run.
Well, you're welcome to install your software on my machine here, if that helps.
I suppose.
Guys, this is a procedural thing. So how about we keep you guys can chat on the side
take that offline,
and let's keep moving. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to motion that we adjourn for 10 minutes.
Yes, I'll second that. Let's take a break.
Okay. Motion is placed. Put your votes in chat. This is the scheduled 10-minute break in the agenda. I will also use it to get John onto the stream. And Brandon's online. We'll get Brandon on stream as well.
Yeah.
I see you there, Brandon. You can't hide.
Well, he voted. Nice.
Okay, I should be timing this.
We are. All right, I'll see you guys in 5 to 10.
Yeah, I make it 5 to 11, so we'll resume at about 5 past 11. I'm going to, I'll give it 20 more seconds and I'll call the vote. Just quickly as well, I put the state-by-state results for the election in chat. If anyone is interested, the results were, in Queensland we got 0.46% of the vote, New South Wales 0.36%, Victoria 0.4%, West Australia 0.59%. Congratulations, West Australia. That's a very powerful result. Okay, calling the vote here. That has passed unanimously. I'll see you guys at about 5 past 11.
All right, see you soon, guys and girls.
Andrew, let's
time.
So, Mandrake, if you could bring us up.
Oh, someone's got an echo.
Okay. This is Summer returning for the second part of the morning session, Saturday, officially resuming. We've got John August with us. John wanted to say a few things as outgoing council member.
Okay, all right. So hopefully people can hear me. The sound is a bit garbled at my end. I'm struggling with my own computers, I suppose. But anyway, yes, I was involved in an election campaign, and I guess we seem to develop a lot of interest on Facebook and so on. But whether that translated into votes is a different matter. Miles encouraged with social media and present videos to Facebook and this sort of thing, which I have to admit I wouldn't have done off my own bat, but I followed Miles' lead, and that was certainly a good idea. So I don't know, it felt in the election campaign that we developed a decent amount of interest, though that perhaps didn't really turn into votes. And, you know, there's been some discussion on previous sort of congresses that a lot of people are impressed with our policies but still vote Liberal or Labor. And, you know, given the preferential voting system, you can still vote for us first and then vote for other people. But, you know, I'm jumping up and down about minor parties, but it's no gesture to vote for a big party first and a small party second. It's a meaningful gesture to vote for a small party first and then a big party second, but few people appreciate that. And I suppose I have gotten up to a few things in the meantime. I delivered a speech to the Hong Kong students at Sydney University, you know, when we were supporting that particular thing. And I also hope to be giving a talk at the Sydney Mechanics School of Arts on intellectual property. So I've also been talking about intellectual property and pirate party issues on my radio shows. So I have been keeping busy. But as far as the pirate party itself goes, you know, we can have interest in our policies. I think the Greens are basically too soft on, you know, digital privacy and government intrusion, and we can sort of run with that. So there's also the universal basic income, which I think is particularly pertinent in the time of COVID and is perhaps something that we can actually run with effectively. So, I mean, yes, there are some challenges getting the pirate party forward and out there. I'd like to be still a bit optimistic. We can place ourselves in a way that might appeal to people, even in the time of COVID, that we can still get people concerned about government. Now, one of the things that I've put forward is a position statement on rent seeking, and I think that it may be possible for the pirate party to pitch itself as, for want of a better word, the party of enlightened capitalism, the party of individuals going out there and doing stuff, not of big corporations. The Liberal Party sells itself as the party of small business, but, you know, you can see that it's basically listening to the big end of town and making a show of supporting small business. But anyway, those things will come up later in the position statement that I'm putting forward. So, and the other thing is, I think people have commented, the sad thing is when there's an election looming, people mobilise and people get motivated, and we may even get some money coming in. The sad thing is that for an election, you really need to be planning half a year in advance, doing a pre-selection and so on. And we very realise that ideal because we lack motivation. And I guess I've had my own motivational issues, and I can say more about that later. But I think I've probably said enough for the moment. Now, did people actually hear that effectively? Was I broken up? Did you actually get to see my mugshot, or have I still been muted on video?
No, that came through really well, John. I had a couple of little hiccups. That's probably just an internet thing.
Okay, well, what I can say is, quite honestly, I've been pressing the tab to enable video on my laptop, but for some reason it hasn't come through. It's just not responding. My computer is slow trying to do all these things.
Okay.
But look, I'll leave my statement at that for the moment. There'll be more opportunity for discussion around universal basic income in the statement and perhaps other things later on. But I'll defer to Alex and Miles for the rest of the agenda now and shut up.
Okay. Fantastic. Just bear with me while I bring up the constitutional amendments.
Just a comment here from Pardis. Honestly, your voice is important.
Okay, if there are no more comments, we'll move on to the next section, which is the constitutional amendments. In previous years, this has been a bit of a headache for various reasons. This is sort of the dry nuts and bolts which keep the party going in the background, but it is important for a functional party. So I'll link the page in chat for people to peruse. The first one to deal with will be a holdover from 2019 CAT 0, which was failed to go out to the party. It was passed on the floor of Congress last year, but did not get voted at a party at large. So the way it works is if Congress approves it, that's only for it to go out to the rest of the party to approve, and that doesn't actually make it official. So what we're going to do is vote for this one again if we think it's still worth going out. So CAT 0, clean up position descriptions in section 3.2. Alex, is your motion? Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Right. So yeah. So if you go and look at the party constitution, you'll see a interesting section about the roles of the National Council. So the backstory here is that several years ago, we voted to change these roles, but because the vote happened simultaneously with, because we both elect people and pass these constitutional amendments at the same meeting, we felt that we couldn't do it simultaneously. So what we did was we said, okay, this will apply as of next year, which was at the time 2018 was next year. So, you know, it's now a couple of years later and we can go ahead and clean all of this up because all of the stuff that reads duties and responsibilities as from the start of the 2018 National Council term is the one that's in effect, and the stuff that's merely titled duties and responsibilities has now been superseded. So what this proposal is simply just to cut it, a simple cut and paste, take all the 2018 stuff, place it in the undated stuff, and then get rid of the now unnecessary 2018 section. I think I do have to read out the full motion, so I shall read it. Motion. Replace the contents of subsections 3.2.1.1, 3.2.2.1, 3.2.3.1, 3.2.4.1, and 3.2.5.1 with the contents of 3.2.1.2, 3.2.2.2, 3.2.3.2, 3.2.4.2, and 3.2.5.2 respectively, and then remove the now duplicate 3.2.1.2, 3.2.2, 3.2.3.2, 3.2.4.2, 3.2.5.2, repeal subsection 3.2.7 registered officer in its entirety, and replace 3.2.8 clause 1 with 3 councillors will be appointed by election at the annual National Congress to the National Council, and then repeal 3.2. And so what this does is it cleans up everything that had been changed for 2018, and it just makes it all nice and streamlined. Brendan, I'll take that comment immediately. The live stream is being recorded, so yes, I guess anyone who wants to turn into a 6-beat track of me saying 3.2.2.2 is welcome to do so.
Yes. Yes. No, I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with that. That's what's needed to keep the party running. What are you eating,
We
Miles?
passed this last year. The same thing I've been eating for the last hour. Hummus and toast.
Ah, yes. Nice.
Okay. I'll give it a minute for anyone who wants to comment on this. This basically, the story of this constitutional amendment is about, I think it's been going for 3 years now, or 4 years? About 3 years. I'm pretty sure it predates me.
The one that brought all of the stuff in has been happening since 2016, I think. We first tried to do it in 2016 and then realized, hang on, this is terrible. We're trying to enact something to take effect for elections that are... Sorry, I bumped my mic there. You know, we first tried to do it in 2016, realized it was a painful idea, and then came back and did it in 2017. And, well, actually, there's a second twist in 2017 because the online vote didn't have quorum. So we came back and did it in November 2017, and then took effect for 2018.
This is
and then not being crazy people, we didn't try and immediately clean it up in 2018. And then I would have cleaned this up in 2019, but everything went to shit in 2019. So here we are.
Let's vote for this bloody thing and finish this saga.
So to be clear, again, this vote is to put it to the full membership,
which we promise we'll try harder to get a vote on this time.
Yeah, but we can't really put it to a formal membership unless we establish what that entails. Yeah. So it's kind of a circular argument here.
Okay, Alex, would you like to put the motion?
Yeah, motion. I'm going to very, very quickly come back to... so I can check on the wording for the motion. Okay, there we go. Motion. Motion is that we adopt cap 0 as presented.
Start your voting.
Now we wait a little bit to...
Another minute and a half. Yep.
Sometimes in the past, the live stream has been a full, 30 seconds.
Behind, yeah. It's still delayed now, but it's not as bad. Aside from the audio.
Then 5 seconds, it's way better.
Yeah. Yeah, aside from the audio's choppy, but yeah.
Yeah, Alex, I feel like the 3 minutes is overkill. Most people get their votes in the first 30 seconds or so.
I thought there was a standing rule in regards to the time limit.
No, amazingly, it's not understanding orders. So I just put it
until now.
Well, no, because we didn't amend the standing orders. We just agreed to informally adopt it.
I guess that's an informal procedural motion, I guess. 3 minutes.
Well, it's been 2.5 minutes. I wouldn't mind calling it.
Let's give it the time. We decided on that, so let's do it.
Okay.
So, I said 3 minutes at 11:19 by my clock, and it's now 11:22. So I'm saying we're pretty good.
Done.
Okay, let's call it then. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, constitutional amendment cap. One timeline of online voting. Alex, would you or Bring to speak to this?
Hang on. I'll speak to it unless Bryn wants to.
I'm happy to chip in some of the rationale as well, but Alex is the one that wrote it, so.
Bryn's idea in my motion text, essentially. Okay. So
just a comment from Discord. Ouch! Once it is out of maintenance, let me see from John August.
Oh, that's for new. This is for I think John wrote. Okay, so the Constitution currently provides that some decisions are reserved for each when online voting. It says section 6.4 of the Constitution. So this is the thing that says that our constitutional amendments, our platform amendments, our position statements, and our elections and so on all go to an online voting system. What it only provides, as far as timing goes, that people have at least 7 days to complete their vote. So this has the interesting consequence that we would actually be totally within our rights to hold an online vote 3 weeks before the next National Congress, for example, which would be bad. I mean, it would be heinous abuse of process, but it would be a bad time. So this proposal simply institutes some timelines. It says, you've got at least 7 days to vote, no more than 2 weeks, get it done in a reasonable amount of time. The voting has to start within a week after the meeting finishes, and the results have to be announced within a week of the voting finishing. I've just muted everyone because there was a lot of noise. You'll need to unmute yourself.
As I said, the idea is hopefully it might put a bit more of a leaning on people to actually get stuff done. So, as the note from earlier in the meeting, Miles and Alex and us and my fish slap pick doesn't have to be done again, hopefully. This also applies to the next constitutional amendment.
It's
All good.
do we have questions or so forth about this?
Nothing from chat.
Okay, let's go to the vote. This one seems fairly well-meaning and common sense that it should actually be in there. Alex, would you like to put the motion?
Yep. Sure. Hang on. I'm just enabling a member. Yep. There we go. Okay. I'll set up a 3-minute timer.
I'm just reading ahead to cap 2, and I think this one will need some discussion.
Sure.
I make that 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think my time is about to go off. It's about to go off. Alrighty. Carried unanimously with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Liam, I'll accept your vote there. Since it won't change the result.
Okay, moving on to the next cap 2. We've got procedures in the event the National Council dropping below quorum. Alex, would you like to speak to this?
Okay, so cap 2 is definitely the most contentious one. Liam, you'll probably want to stick around for this. Oh, please do stick around for this. So currently the PPAU constitution provides that quorum for National Council meetings is at minimum 5 people. It also says we literally can't do anything if we don't have quorum. So a common provision in other constitutions that I know of is that the management committee can still act to bring itself back up to quorum if it does drop below quorum, but it should be able to act for any other purpose. So I'm proposing to introduce this, and I've also got a provision for what happens if the NC is, God forbid, completely wiped out. And the proposal in that instance is that the DRC be able to act as the National Council would in order to establish a new National Council. And this is in accordance with the provision of the Constitution which says that, which talks about how you elect people and stuff. Liam, the floor is yours. Liam, your mic is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I only became aware of this today, but I think it's a good proposal. My experience on the boards of the Privacy Foundation and Electronic Frontiers of Australia is that both have operated under similar policies where there weren't people, where there weren't sufficient people elected, or where people dropped out before the new election, that the members of the board would essentially bring someone in to fill in that role until the next election would happen. There is one additional provision I think we should consider making, and I wouldn't want it to hold this up, so perhaps this needs to be a separate resolution, because this core one should still pass, I feel. But I think there also should be provision that in the event the National Council is wiped out and it goes to the Dispute Resolution Committee to make a decision, that the Dispute Resolution Committee has the option to wind up Pirate Party Australia if they believe that is the superior option to instating a new National Council. If they believe that the organisation no longer has viability. I certainly hope that that will never come to pass, but we don't, I believe, currently have clear guidelines for what should happen if the party does need to be wound up.
I take your comment. As you say, I don't think it's the time to put that in. Now we technically can amend the.
I'd be fine putting it as completely separate because I think there needs to be a separate discussion had about that,
Okay.
and that it shouldn't hold up this. But I think that is something that we do need to consider, especially given the potential deregistration of the party if we aren't able to recover members. And I'll just put my hand up and say here, I'm the guy that Alex was referring to before. I wasn't getting emails about the meetings and so forth. Thankfully, I was in the Discord and watching the Twitter, so I did find out about it. But yeah, I didn't get emails about, say, membership renewal and so forth. They apparently had been automatically forwarded to my spam box for whatever reason. So that's fixed now. But yeah. He's got his hand up.
You will need to unmute yourself.
I was just saying, for winding up with the party, doesn't that require a postal vote of every member to see if that's possible? So I don't know if the DRC could be done, though I could see.
They could initiate it.
But yeah, DRC probably could initiate and get the postal vote started if necessary. Though that probably would put in an NC just for certain requirements, a bit like an administrator, basically, appoint administrators at that point.
I mean, the DRC always have the option of standing themselves for the NC and getting 2 more people on board to make the 5, and then if they plan to immediately wind up the party, then the DRC is. Anyway, that we'll worry about that next Congress.
Fair enough. I mean, the reason I brought it up is in the horror scenario that you do have an inability to get 4 people on the board anyway. I wonder if part of the issue there is that we wouldn't have enough party membership voting, and so the party would end up in limbo, not able to dissolve itself, but still existing. But like you said, it's not an issue that needs to be resolved immediately. Just one I do think we need to keep in the back of our minds, especially if we don't get the membership renewals that we need this year.
Alrighty. Do we have further comments? Reminder that if you're on the stream, I've probably muted you, especially if you were being noisy like Miles was. Miles is gesticulating at me, but his mouth isn't moving, so I'm hoping he doesn't have comments.
I did. I wasn't sure this was the best way to try and address this problem. I'm personally against DRC being given powers to wind up the party. That's not their purpose, and there are other emergency measures in place already. This is one of them that will handle that. This is the most light way to handle the party becoming constitutionally non-functional, which we have had the problem of. This is the simplest and most straightforward way to handle that, which is probably best for now, I guess. Okay, I'd like to start the vote when you're ready, Alex.
I'll just check in on the Discord to make sure no one else has messaged me to say, hey, I need to.
Hello?
Brandon, did you?
I just want to just basically state that we need some sort of mechanism. This may not be the best mechanism, but in lieu of anything else, which will cause further delays, given where the party is at the moment. I think this is the best course of action. It can be amended down the line to something a bit more appropriate, but right now this is probably the best option we have.
Alrighty. No one else is saying, "Hey, I'm this person. Give me voting rights." Okay. So I will shortly open the vote. And I've started the timer. And that's 3 minutes.
Okay, that was the last constitutional amendment. So going back to the agenda, we have lunch at 12:30. So we've still got time. So we've got time to start getting into the policy motions. I'll just link these in chat. So as with caps, we've got a lot of holdovers from 2019. We've got 5 holdovers. So PM1, domestic violence terminology. This policy proposal is just to replace terms domestic violence to go to replacement of domestic abuse and update it in ones with current accepted terminology. This passed at the previous Congress. I'd like to speed through these. Does anyone want to comment on this?
For all of the 2019 carryovers, I'm gonna actually I'll put it as a procedural motion that we pass all of them on to online voting on block, because none of them should be controversial. If you think any of these are controversial, let me know. We can exclude it from the ones that we think are controversial.
None of these are. Sorry, Miles.
So is your suggestion that we, Alex, is your suggestion that we vote on his
I'm suggesting that we approve PM1 through PM5 on block as a block. If anyone would like to do any of them individually, let me know or say so. But otherwise, we've already discussed these at Congress last year. Is my point.
I think I raised my issues with the first one at Congress last year, so I have no opposition to it being put forward as a block vote.
Note that the ones that didn't pass Congress on the floor last year are not being put in this batch.
Understood.
If that's a mess, then we can always just put them individually.
So I would be in favour of this.
Yep. I've just reread them. I'm happy to put it to a vote for the whole kit and caboodle.
So just to confirm, so I didn't put a motion in, but just to confirm, what we're suggesting is that all of the policy amendment motions from 2019 be voted on a block. So if you want to discuss or amend or reject any of those 5 motions, you would oppose this following vote. So the 5 motions are: update the environment policy to merge mine and Alex Gibbons' proposals, update domestic violence terminology, to update our energy policy, and that's some more stricter climate change stuff. Disaster relief fund for climate change, and the hang on. Set proposed basic universal basic limit of poverty rate. I believe that failed on the floor last year. Alex,
did it? Well, I've screwed up then. I thought I checked the minutes very, very carefully.
I think a PM5 should be updated to reflect the current welfare in light of COVID. That figure of 18,750 is not what they're getting now. They're getting what is it, $1,100 a week or something on average for basic job seeker.
Yeah, we know the Libs will cut that.
Yep.
As soon as they can.
Well, yes, of course, but yeah, I just think perhaps we should reword it slightly in light of the current circumstance.
can we let's get
Okay, we'll do these individually. We don't have consensus that to just pass them all.
Sorry to spinner in. Yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't we just put out 5? Then
I'm going to put a motion to approve PM1. Start your votes now.
Okay. I think that's been 3 minutes.
Okay, motion passed unanimous. So just to quickly summarise PM2, both Mark and myself, we wrote our environmental policy at last year's Congress. And so rather than have, we both thought there was importance on both of us, so rather than have them as competing amendments, we just merged them and put it forward as a merged policy. So the main changes were to, my changes were to introduce the Earth, I think it was the Earth Laws Alliance policy recommendations, so we'd be compliant with theirs. There was the New Laws campaign for environment, and Mark's was to, I can't remember, but I think there was, I just can't remember. Anyway, our old environmental policy was fairly basic, so this one is more comprehensive in addressing different areas needing protection. Okay, motion approve PM2, updated environmental policy. Use your votes now.
That's time.
Okay, that motion passes. The next motion, update the energy policy. I believe this is mostly climate change related. So, enact measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. This brings us into line with, I believe this is Labor's target And I believe this is that's less aggressive than the Greens target. I'd also expand some of our other positions. Okay, generally stronger all around on climate change. So we're racing through these because these were previously passed by last year's Congress, and mostly debated them. Many of you probably remember the debates and discussion. Okay, motion put to the party. Place your votes now.
Okay, that's passed.
That's been 2 minutes.
Oh,
Would you like to wait a little longer?
It's not going to change.
That's right. That's right. Okay, I'm going to call the vote there. That has passed. PM4, Disaster Relief Fund for Climate Change. This is an additional amendment for the environment policy, a disaster relief fund. This is basically a formalization of what the Labor and Liberals do anyway. They'll usually make announcements about big splashy spends on a reactive ad hoc basis. This is a declaration that we are aware of ongoing natural disasters and worsening natural disasters, and we'll be proactive about it. So, motion.
I'd like to raise an amendment for this one to remove the $10 billion from the wording.
Would you like to make that motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think specifying a dollar value is wise. The long-term impacts of climate change could well extend far beyond that, and I don't think we should limit us to a $10 billion allowance. I don't think it's necessary to specify a dollar figure at all, to be honest.
Yep. Would you like to put that in text?
Sure. Okay.
Can I just say, it might be useful to specify a dollar figure as a minimum floor, if only to help people who might be reading the policy to understand how serious we believe it to be. So saying in excess of $10 billion might be appropriate. We're saying, look, it's going to cost at least that much.
As a symbolic thing, symbolic value.
There's a difference between a disaster relief fund, which is, let's be real, a political commitment to self-insurance, and a climate change mitigation fund. And I suggest that we treat them differently. But that's probably a way bigger rework of this policy motion than.
Okay, I've posted that now.
Would anyone else like to speak against this motion?
To be clear, this is Satch's procedural motion. Oh, actually.
I agree with Liam on this one. I think putting a dollar value on it is symbolic, and as much as anything else, we want to be. We need to. Our proposed platform needs to be symbolic of our principles, which obviously relate to acknowledging science and evidence on this one. And as Dave said, the economic damage could be significant. And so this is an acknowledgement of that. I'll give it another minute or two for people to discuss it.
I take the point that putting a dollar value on there might limit us, but I also take the point that we need to put a dollar value on there, a significantly higher one, to show that we are serious about taking action on this point. I'd also point out that there's legislation in place already that would allow us to, on the off chance that we did find ourselves in a position where we did have a controlling vote on such a matter, to regulate how much money is or isn't spent. So there are already mechanisms in place in the greater government structure that will allow us to regulate it despite what our policy says.
Motion from Mandrake there to change the dollar value cap to be a floor value, which, yeah, as we've discussed. I'm happy with anything that doesn't fix us into a particular dollar figure, because that seems a short-term perspective. And in light of current crisis, I think we'd be better off not putting a fixed figure on it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. The motion is Dave's motion. Dave, would you like to go to a vote, or would you like to withdraw it?
I'm happy to go to a vote.
Okay.
But I'm happy for anyone else to propose amendments to my amendment.
Okay. Could you amend your amendment to replace something more flexible with something concrete?
Okay. All right.
So Mandrake, sorry, just procedural note, Mandrake, because we already have a motion on the floor. You can't propose a new motion yet.
Well, Mandrake could cast his procedural motion as being the amendment to Dave's.
Yeah, that's how I'd like to read it. So, Dave, would you like to accept that amendment?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. I'm just running up something. Well, it's kind of difficult. How do you put this? How do you say, like, spend enough that's required to overcome the crisis?
On the order of $10 billion is expected.
Yeah.
What about saying something like floor value, using that wording?
Yeah, I think using a term like in excess of would probably get the meaning across.
We have, I believe. Hey, Dave, I think you're hot micing now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I am. Let me fix that.
Okay, do you have any commentary on Dave's motion now?
I just suggest that you replace that entire final sentence, rewrite the entire final sentence. As JB says, that wording doesn't fit.
Fair call. Yeah. If you want to help with that.
Would you like to take some time to work on it while we move on to other motions?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah. If anyone wants to help with that wording, that'd be great. I just want to remove the fixed figure of $10 billion because that's not a practicable and permanent solution to anything. So, yeah.
Okay. Would you mind withdrawing your motion then, Dave?
Okay. Yep. I'll withdraw that.
Excellent. Thank you. So moving on, we've got PM5. Now this one failed on the floor last year, but I wouldn't this is obviously my motion, so I'm a bit biased, but I would be in favour of representing it anyway. What do you think, Alex?
I was sure this one actually passed. If you tell me it's failed, if you tell me it fails, you're probably remembering this better than me. But
yeah, well, I went away to rewrite it overnight, and then came back. Maybe it did pass the second time. Actually, do you have minutes from previous Congress?
They're all online.
Yeah. If you have them open, I'm just pulling it up.
yeah, it was day 2.
It did pass.
Yeah. So
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, the rationale for this one, we're obviously experiencing a form of UBI at the moment with job seeker and job keeper, horrible terminology aside, and that the mutual requirements for job seeker have been dropped, and job keeper has been put in for those at risk of losing work. So obviously there's intentional problems behind splitting up the payment into 2 like that. Job seeker and job keeper, it essentially introduces a class differential into what's essentially a meaningless difference, in that on the one hand, those struggling to find work, and on the other hand, those without work. The principle of UBI means there is no difference between those two. UBI is an acknowledgement that not everyone is capable of working, and that not all forms of work we should have people forced into them. So in the past, so last year there was a lot of concern about whether this would be costed, as it is an increase. My proposal last year was that it would be funded through quote unquote expansionary fiscal policy, and so as to say, we spend the money that we need to spend by issuing more currency. We issue more currency by instructing the Reserve Bank to type a couple of zeros on the end of our account, which they have done numerous times in the past, and they will continue to do so in the future. The amount of, I think the current figure on the increased social security spending during COVID is somewhere north of, what was the figure, 260 billion, I think. Quite a significant sum of money.
It's the largest deficit this year since the tail end of World War II. So
yeah.
we are in a major crisis. We're better off than a lot of countries, but we are still in a major depression.
Yes. So what we would do then is essentially just merge the 2 payments and set them as a flat rate, and then continue this in other times. Now, one important thing to note is that this actual proposed rate, $18,750, is actually less than JobKeeper and JobSeeker currently. JobKeeper is, I believe, $1,500 a fortnight, and JobSeeker is about $1,200 or $1,300 a fortnight, including the coronavirus supplement. So essentially what we're proposing is to keep this going. There is currently a major campaign just started up last Thursday called the Life Campaign for a Minimum Wage. It's I can't remember what it stands for. It's anyway, it's a campaign by ACOS, Anti-Poverty Network, and other groups, which wants to keep the JobKeeper going. Does anyone have any comments or questions on this one?
Keeping job keep going is, I think, financially more equivalent to. Sorry, on my mic table there. I think keeping job keep it going is financially, and policy-wise, we meet that with our job guarantee policy as much as anything else. The commitment to, in terms of paying people that much money. We all know that job seeker is going to drop as fast as the libs think it's politically expedient to do so. Because, as Mandrake has just typed, job seeker is currently, you start under a fresh name and a COVID supplement. Once the COVID supplement goes away, that will be back to job seeker will be back to less than what our figure is going to be. We can't solve the world immediately with our BI policy because we can't. We've always recognised that, but it does need to be above whatever regular new start is.
Yes. Well, with regards to PM5, I would like to propose an amendment that we raise the basic income figure from 18,750 to 28,600, because that reflects the current JobKeeper benefits that are being paid currently.
That blows out the budget.
Well, that's what they're paying now.
Yeah.
And that's what they deem to be a livable wage for people that would otherwise be working. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch. We have a figure of 18,750 in the wording there now. I would propose that we either remove that figure entirely or replace it with 28,600, which is a more accurate reflection of the current JobKeeper entitlements. And the cost of living, obviously.
So you're proposing putting basic income at 100% of poverty line?
Well, close to. I wouldn't even say, I don't think I could live on 28,600. Yeah, I'd be homeless, I think. I don't know. It's really hard. As a programmer with a professional career, I've spent the last 6 years on a six-figure salary, so it's a little bit more difficult, I guess, for me. I still have lots of friends in that bracket, but yeah, I just don't see anyone managing to pay rent and eat properly on $18,500 a year. That just doesn't seem right to me. Any comments?
Okay, we've got a bunch of comments.
All right. Okay. Well. All I'm doing is taking the $1,100 a fortnight and multiplying it by the year, and you end up with about $28,000, which is higher than the baseline. And I can't imagine trying to live on less than $28,000. Unless you're living with friends, you don't have to pay rent or expenses or anything like that. But even basic utilities and cost of living is going to cost you close to that.
Okay, shall we? So there's a bunch of things here.
Yep.
Comments.
I comment your lifestyle is more expensive whilst working, uniforms, haircuts, etc. From PARDIS. And there's a tension between the UBI being financially affordable and it providing a sufficient living allowance. At least it would remove poverty traps regardless. From John August.
Yes, so we've comments earlier from Jed B that the poverty line from the rationale is relative. The UBI is meant to cover absolute poverty. And further comment that it's probably a bad idea to put temporary payments into long-term policy.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I missed those because they were, yeah, they had the IRC tags on them. Sorry.
But further comments from Jed and Jesse that if you can't live on 28,600, you aren't trying, or you're trying to live in Sydney. Either way, Jesse comments that he lives off less than that in North Melbourne. Liam comments that 14 a week rent is a decent townhouse in outer suburbs of Brisbane. He is 21,500 just to rent. And then we're up to the comments that David's already read.
And a comment here from ADMA JBH. I'm happy to support increasing the payment or just removing an amount and specifying it to be indexed to the poverty line or something.
Yeah, so one issue with the policy as it has stood is that it's not an indexed fix at all. So that's one of the things that this would fix by saying in $2019, then it's clearly indexable. But that's still not relative to the poverty line thing. My general comment on this is we've always known that we've always cast our policy as at a similar level, if somewhat better, to what was then New Start, with the knowledge that our tapering system, our net, our negative income tax system removes a shit ton of poverty traps. Excuse my language. I think there's always been the intention to get it in and then get it up. And
a comment from the ADMA JBH again. There's also a question here of why not just deal with rent costs versus via rent assistance.
Can I field that one?
Sure.
My understanding was trying to centralise everything and get rid of other payments, including rent assistance. So our UBI would essentially cover all those sort of payments. The idea of it was to cover those costs of living, as things like rent, medication, as well as allowing payments for people to basically just live, not just covering the basics, so to speak.
Yeah, it's worth. Yeah. Okay, Andrew, you go.
I was also mentioning in some of the cases also, at least with this temporary raise due to COVID-19, a lot of people that are on New Start are currently seeing hope for the first time in a very, very long time. Hope that they can actually go and they're not scraping everything and they can do just enough enjoyment that they can, that they are happy, they can expand, they can learn, they can actually go attend jobs in order, and they're not working out where my next meal, where am I going to find a meal? Where am I going? Am I going to get kicked out? Or having, for example, say, oh, it's rent week. Okay, I am going to be eating, if I'm lucky, maybe flour and water tortillas, if they're lucky, for every meal. And that's if they can actually get the bulk. Or if not, and possibly even skipping all except one meal into 1 meal a day and other things. As I said, it's all, with this expansion, hope. They can see a light at the end of the tunnel, and it is not an oncoming train.
Thanks, Mandrake. A comment from Alex. Existing policy supports retaining rent assistance for low-income earners, and that is in our current policies. Yep.
Just want to also support Mandrake saying, yeah, we're seeing a lot of anecdotal evidence, and there's some journalists out there who are looking into it as well. That yes, the current raised payments are helping a lot of people, not just with where the next meal's coming from, paying for the rent, but also being able to actually pay for medications, which is helping a lot of people currently, particularly in regards to high anxiety times such as a global pandemic. The issue now, of course, is that that ceiling is going to be brought down on them. We're going to have a public mental health crisis in the next few months once that stops.
Hey guys, give me 1 minute. I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Satch.
Recess.
More or less what we need to come to the decision of is, do we put this policy as proposed, or do we substantially amend it to set it at something close to 100% of the poverty line as such as proposed? The poverty line as ACOS defines it being, I guess, the more accurate assessment of the actual cost of living. We have lots of people typing.
Just a procedural note, it's now 12:30. This is great discussion. I'm not sure whether we're likely to come to a vote anytime soon, but I'd like to give discussion another, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes to see if it feels like it's wrapping up. In response to Jed B's comment, which I'll read out, Jed B said we could amend it to put in a line with the absolute poverty line, perhaps, but even that could have issues since cost of living differs significantly depending on location. My response is the absolute poverty line is calculated on an international basis and is a little over $1 a day. And obviously, you're not going to, well, you can't buy anything with that. You could buy, like, you can't even buy a soft drink with that. You'd be living on the streets with a soft drink every few days. So the absolute poverty line, Okay, and apparently there is a separate way to calculate it, and it's $62 a week in 1973. I'm just reading up on it now. Mandrick?
Jed B was just saying, I don't think he was referring to using the international absolute poverty line. He was using an Australian reference.
Good. Should be confirms by absolute poverty line. I mean, average minimal cost of living in current Australia. And Jesse says, yes, we should be thinking of adequate UBI amounts in terms of owner-occupiers and have rent assistance on top of that.
I'm just looking for an updated 2020 calculation for the absolute poverty in Australia.
Gentlemen, can I say something? I don't know if I'm audible.
John, we can hear you.
John.
Okay, well, this thing about the absolute poverty line and so on, yes, it is valid to say that it's different between countries, but I suggest one of the things is you've got a definition of poverty and a measure of poverty. And if you say that the poverty line is set at 50% of, average income or whatever, then it's going to drift upwards as economic conditions improve. But you might even say that as economic conditions improve, then the world is getting better. And, people should be getting out of poverty, but because you've decided to measure it that way, then you're going to get confused. So I suppose you can define poverty as saying the circumstances in which you live are, lacking. And that's sort of a definition of poverty, I guess, more in line with absolute ideas about poverty. And I'm not sure on all the details, but I'd suggest if all you're doing is setting the poverty line at some percentage of average earnings, then I think you're missing a lot there. And at what level does life become comfortable, pleasant? At what level is it unpleasant? And the thing is, I think Miles was saying international comparisons don't make sense. And that's right. That's because what it costs to live varies with conditions around you. And it may well be valid to say that, like, you can, well, I think you can't say you can live without rent. I mean, in principle, you could picture a tent in the local park, but the council officers would probably swoop down on you. Like, it's basically hard to be homeless, sort of thing. So anyway, I'll shut up there. But yes, there are some issues there between the measure and definition of poverty and what poverty line you're picking.
I agree, John. I agree, John. And it's sorry, I'm getting echoes. The cost of living varies wildly depending on where you choose to live. There's certain coastal regions that are very expensive. There's the middle ground, that metropolitan areas where you can get some suburbia that's relatively cheap. And if you go too far into rural areas, you're going to be paying more for your goods because it costs more to deliver them. So yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment. Miles.
Yeah, I was just to clarify, there was a bit of confusion before. I thought Jed B, when Jed used the term absolute poverty, I thought he was referring to the international poverty line. He was actually referring to the absolute cost of the minimum cost of living in Australia as compared to relative poverty, which is the proportion of people who are below 50% of median income in Australia. So ACOS in their 2020 report found there are 13.6% of Australia are living below the relative poverty line, which includes 17.7% of children. So the relative poverty line in Australia is $457 a week for a single adult, which comes out to just under $24,000 Australia. So, and that's obviously more than my proposal here. If we were to use an absolute poverty line, it would come out less and potentially to the figure of 18,750. I'm not sure if I've actually calculated that.
Well, 66% of 23,000 is, yeah.
Right. So we've got three options then: to keep it at the job seeker rate of 28,600, to move it to the relative poverty line of 2,400, or to the absolute poverty line of 28,500. All three you're able to live on. It's just a question of how comfortable, I guess. If there's a note that we have a chance to make a political compromise here, where the lower amount is still a humane choice, but is more palatable for people who oppose social security in general. Given that it's now 1:45 and discussion is still going fairly strong, I would like to suggest we break for lunch and come back after lunch, conclude the discussion, let people think about it over lunch, and then we hold a vote at some point in the afternoon session. Does anyone have any comments on that?
Sounds good to me.
So we'll do that as a procedural motion.
Okay,
Yep.
I was just opening it up for discussion then. I'll put the motion now.
All right. I'll second that. Yep. Done.
When are we coming back? Now?
Hang on, hasn't started yet. And go.
What time are we?
So it's
back?
12:45. Lunch is an hour, so we'll come back at 1:45.
1 hour from now. Okay. Right. No worries. Well, Fred's got nice chicken skewers on the barbie. Yeah.
Just double checking. You said. Sorry, I should do this first.
Oh, Fred, that looks good. Satay chicken too, I bet.
Hey, Mandrax, I can see Mandrake.
You said 12:45 now, and then you said like 1:45. That's the same time. You mean 1:45?
Sorry, 1:45.
Yeah.
Just double checking.
Yeah, I noticed that too, but I figured it was pretty self-explanatory.
Just double checking.
Yeah. Hey, Mandrake, those earphones, are they Razer? Yeah. I saw the light on the side of them, and I wasn't sure what brand they were.
No, they're not. They're a more generic. Well, not generic. They are gamer ones, but they're not Razer.
Okay. I saw the light on the side, and it looked.
Yeah, they're Alcatraz or whatever. You know,
Okay.
something cheap.
Well, they got lights in the side of them, so yeah, I wasn't too sure.
Yeah, as I said, it's gamer headphones, but it's just cheap ones at home.
What's with the little LED light at the end of the microphone? The boom
I
light.
think it's meant to be a active light, but it doesn't actually work properly.
I mean, it looks cool. It looks really cool, but it's like, it's just a microphone. Why do you need a light on there?
I think it's meant to be a mute light, as in you click on the end somewhere, and so I know
Just
it's muted or not.
Can you turn your head to the side again, just like you just did? Yeah, okay, right, okay, so, right, it's totally different. Yeah, because earlier, you can turn around now. When you briefly turned earlier, it looked like the Razer logo, but you know, just because I'm programmed to Razer. But yeah, sorry, Miles. Yeah, motion passed. Yes.
Interrupting this crucially important discussion to go and eat food.
Yes, let's do that. All right, I'll see you, wonderful ladies, gentlemen, and others, in 45 minutes. All right. Bye-bye.
And cutting.
today's living costs in Australia?
Oops. Can we go back to just before we opened the meeting? I forgot to unpause. I mean, not unpause, unmute.
Yeah.
Oops.
We can confirm we have YouTube audio now.
So for the benefit of the stream, we've come back, and for most of the last 10 minutes, I've just been summarising the debate.
Not even 10 minutes.
Last 5 minutes, I've been summarising the debate before we went to lunch, which is policy motion 5 to increase the party UBI rate.
Or remove a specification altogether, which would be my. If we could reword things to make it a function of the livable standard based on some sort of metric, I think that'd be more dynamic than putting a dollar figure on it. But that said, given the current job seeker allowance, we're looking at about $28,500 per person at the moment, based on the $1,100 a fortnight rate. So, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone want to work out the policy cost for that?
It'd be okay. So the current policy text suggests that our existing policy, like as it is written right now, before we do anything to it, before any of these amendments, the current hit is about $30 billion over normal. Going to 19K, I suggest would make that 19K hits that up a bit more, and it only rises from there. It's Mark who really has the spreadsheet for this one, but in short, what you can do is there's a data set of like what the income level distributions are, and so you can compare different rates against that. We do have the option to kick this off a bit, to put this off a bit more by subcommitteeing it, but I would suggest that we can always, put it as, say, the 19K version, and include a line about how we support things like the pandemic JobKeeper, because that's not just a structural unemployment thing. That's trying desperately to keep people afloat who were in previously much higher paid jobs across society. Now, the basic income deals with this to an extent, but not fully.
That's fair enough. I just think we need to address the obvious deficit, which is going to be a factor for the next 5 to 10 years, probably. We're in the greatest economic depression that we've been in since World War II, and obviously those impacts are going to impact the tax income and the ability of the government to disperse funds for many years to come. Yeah, 5 to 10 years. So
lower rate there.
Sorry?
Are you arguing for a higher rate there or a lower rate?
No, I'm just stating that we're going to be in a recession for a lot of years. So I think we just need to tailor our policies to allow for that. Yeah.
Speaking of policies tailored for long-term structural unemployment, I just want to mention that we do have a job guarantee policy at federal minimum wage, which is again about $28,000 a year.
Yeah, yeah, roughly a livable wage. Yeah.
So we've already got a policy set. We've already got a policy to deal with massive private sector structural unemployment.
I'd like to respond to Dave there, and I'd like to respond to Jed B on IRC. The increasing the national debt will not necessarily itself be a bad thing. The most immediate concern would be the endangering of our credit rating, which affects the possibility of borrowing internationally. But then borrowing internationally is itself a problem, so repaying it itself isn't necessarily a problem. Jed's put a comment on Discord. Dave, would you like to read it out?
Yes, I'm on. Okay, yes. Jed B, comment, something that hasn't been mentioned yet is that there is a balancing act here between a high enough rate for people to decently survive on, but a low enough rate that there is still significant incentive to participate in the economy, i.e. earning an income. Yeah.
Before I respond to that, I just want to make a quick procedural note, which is a reminder that anyone is welcome to. We have a Jitsi teleconference going, and anyone who wishes to address conference using video and audio is invited to join it. And I'll repost it in just 1 second, and we'd love to welcome you all on. So, in response to Jed, so having a universal basic income is itself not a disincentive to participate in the economy, because as it's quite explicitly giving people the credit of currency which must be spent in the economy. So a UBI still explicitly requires people to participate in the economy, whereas other social systems, like for example the NDIS, just purely as comparison here, I like the NDIS. I don't have a problem with it. With the NDIS, you receive services and you have them arranged, rather than if you were to be given a flat check, you would have to go out and organize your own services. So under the NDIS, there's actually less incentive to participate in the economy here, just as a hypothetical. So I'm thinking,
Financialized.
Yeah, right. So I'm thinking it might be worth putting this one on hold until we can go away and look. I wouldn't mind looking at the numbers a bit more, just to clarify it, and then I'd like to put it up for a vote to get a general feeling of the Congress, whether we should, which of the three rates we should go for. Does anyone want to speak? Do you have any final comment on this, or shall we?
When you're proposing that we hold the don't vote on this.
But potentially tomorrow or after. Okay, so it's 2 o'clock. We've got 2 more hours, and there is still a number of other PMs to go through.
Yeah.
I'm going to move it to the see how the agenda goes, and then potentially look at doing it either end of today or tomorrow first thing. As it's my motion, I can. Can I do that? I think I can.
You can do that. You're president.
I'm pretty sure you can outright withdraw it, but I wouldn't.
I don't want to withdraw it.
Yeah, we're getting additional comment.
Okay. Table it. Thank you, Pip. That's the word. Table the motion. Okay. moving on to new motions. Policy motion 6A and 6B. So these are
motion to table it, but
we have to make a motion to table it, a procedural motion. Okay, I shall do that then. Okay, 1 second. I mean, it could be that everyone just wants to get it out of the way.
I think that these motions made a lot of sense in the past, but in light of COVID and all of that's going on, it's probably at least needs rewording to remain relevant.
Okay, I've opened the motion.
when you say the start of Sunday, you mean after elections?
We historically in the past we've done any overflow before the elections, I think. What am I remembering? Either way, I just want to present it and then get it out of the way.
I'm voting nay because you said start of Sunday, and I think we should do elections first.
Does anyone want to change their vote?
I support tabling it till Sunday, just not before elections.
John, are you back yet?
It's been 3 minutes and a bit.
Okay, let's call that. So that closes the vote. We can always hold a procedural motion tomorrow to move it after the elections.
There's only one nay. Oh, sorry.
Ended up voting nay.
A few abstains, a few nays. Is this going to be the most controversial policy motion? There's always one.
Love when the procedural motion is the most controversial thing.
Like, there's issues, but I don't see it as being problematic. So, yeah, not worth worrying about, in my opinion.
Anyway, actually vote to accept the reports?
We did not. We did
Good
not.
That was an oversight.
I think it passes regardless.
Yeah, so, okay, PM5 is being tabled to Sunday.
All right, so PM6 is John's 2 items, but we're still waiting for him to come back to lunch. So I would like to move on to the item I think that is also John. Right, well, it's a little bit awkward to start discussing these motions, as John should honestly get to speak to them first to frame or rather to contextualize the discussion. This is some items which have been heavily discussed over the previous few years. There are some, I don't want to say strong feelings, but there are some fairly settled feelings around these from various people.
Is Jesse around?
I have not seen Jesse since this morning. All right, so going back to the agenda, these last few items is actually all of the official business for today.
Well, we still got to do PM4.
Apart from PM4. So we have a few options here.
PS1?
That's John as well.
Yeah, but that's the least controversial one.
Let me have a quick read of it. It may, sure, it might be controversial, but there's a fair bit of content there for people to go through. I have an alternate solution. Liam would like to make I believe it would be a procedural motion to suspend the standing orders.
Specifically, I believe the way to word it would be to
suspend so much of the standing orders as to prevent introducing a new policy?
Yep, that would be it.
So to modify the standing orders. So I'm just bringing them up to work out exactly what would be changed. So under the current text, so for context,
I don't know if that context goes forward until those orders are suspended, are they, Alex?
I prefer you, for procedural fairness, to get us to agree to suspend the standing orders first before we are influenced by what we might be voting in favour of or against.
So you will need to present a rationale for it. I think that's important.
Okay, so I guess I'll turn my camera on. So very briefly, I believe there is an issue currently with our party platform that does need to be resolved. I do not believe we can effect a permanent resolution of this issue with the platform today. However, I believe that letting the issue stand while we take weeks or months to discuss it would lead to a compounding of the issue, and that a necessary band-aid to the platform, namely removing one line from the platform until we can replace and reword that, is desirable. Like I am saying, yes, we should have the weeks or months of discussion, but we need to have a starting point for that prevents further harm coming to us in the meanwhile.
So what Liam is requesting is that we amend the standing orders that that require policy amendments to be announced in writing 2 days prior to Congress and may not be proposed on the floor. So Liam is proposing to suspend that order in order that Liam may present a policy amendment on the floor.
Correct.
There is potentially another option. What are the rules around position statements?
They can't contradict actual policy.
Okay. Could we issue a position statement indicating that we intend to make the policy amendment that you're proposing, William?
We could, but I feel that would be a lesser solution on the basis that people would read the policy as it stands in the policy platform and not read any explanatory memorandum. That we need to avoid the knee-jerk responses that we are already getting from that line being there in the policy platform to begin with.
You're right. And if I could just respond to that quickly. Currently, the way position statements are integrated into our platform is they're held separately. However, I think it would be entirely possible to modify that system so that position statements which are relevant to a specific policy can be linked to in that policy. I think we can do that. What do you think, Alex?
I mean, we can add notes saying, hey, this position statement covers this.
I would suggest that if we assuming we suspend standing orders to allow the proposal, that if we removed that line from the platform, that we also add an explanatory memorandum explaining what we are doing, so you could still have that, look, we want to rework this because it's problematic in its current form, but it needs more discussion at this point in time.
Could we possibly put this to a subcommittee or something like that? It looks like it needs to be fleshed out a bit more before we can make an informed decision on it.
I feel that that's something that should happen, but that the Band-Aid still needs to happen in the immediate short term.
Okay.
Because again, I feel that this is something that is impacting on our ability to recruit and retain members, as well as our ability to engage with civil society organisations who should be natural allies to us.
That's fair enough, Liam. Thanks.
I think that's Liam.
Sorry, I think someone's trying to speak. John, are you trying to speak?
It looks like it needs to be fleshed out a bit more.
John is getting muted.
Band-Aid still needs to happen in the immediate short term.
Hang on.
That sounds like it's all of our voices coming from John's speakers.
It's the stream, yeah.
John is getting muted.
Okay, there we go. So, Liam, I think this is the kind of thing that you're going to have to talk about the issue itself before we go into it. I think a position statement is the way to do this. As policy, there's a very famous show, or infamous show, I should say, called The Hollow Man, which is about something you might be familiar with it. It's a comedy about Australian politics, and there's a famous line from it where one of the characters said, "Policy on the run is policy underdone." And
like I said, I'm not proposing policy on the run. I'm proposing that we do talk about what the policy should be, but the current stated policy as it is untenable. And that's why I want us to suspend standing orders so that we can get rid of that untenable current public-facing policy and actually have and force the discussion on what the policy should be. Because this has come up a few years in a row, and it keeps seeming to get missed. And it's been an issue. As I've said, people have actively either left the party or refused to join the party because of this issue. And we need at least a band-aid.
A position statement would fill that band-aid.
So what to answer a question here, what I'm seeking right now is to suspend standing orders so that I may put forward a proposal to remove a certain policy to the floor that would then obviously need to go and be voted on by members.
Liam, my reading of the floor is that without you expanding more, Alex doesn't want you to, but without explaining more, I think people are might oppose this motion. But would you like to take it to a vote?
Like, if people want to overrule me and say, yeah, okay, we'll hear exactly what policy Liam wants to introduce first, then I'll accept that and apologise to Liam for making him talk so circumlocuciously.
No, don't worry. I work in academia. I'm used to it.
Yes. So Liam, it's your call if you want to make a motion, and obviously you're also free to talk to that motion as much as you want. Alex is just making a suggestion, not to prejudice the outcome. But I don't think there's much more we can go here without one of those options.
I mean, if I say now, then the vote to suspend standing orders is effectively going to be a vote on the proposed policy.
I asked Liam not to say exactly what it was beforehand.
So, I mean, I'm okay with that if that's what people would prefer.
Well, the options going forward are to vote to suspend standing orders without people knowing why. Alternatively, you explain why.
Yeah, I'm fine
then
with
we vote.
Okay.
Okay.
So the motion that I would like to put forward, that I would need to suspend standing orders to put forward, is that we remove from our platform the line repeal Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act 1975 Commonwealth, ensuring that pre-existing Commonwealth protections are sufficient to manage all cases of intimidation and harassment. My rationale for this is as follows. There are, without doubt, significant problems with racial discrimination in Australia today. Regardless of whatever best intentions we may have with proposing the repeal of this section, the lack of a clear replacement for 18C in our policy and leaving it just to Commonwealth protections, it doesn't just risk PPAU being seen as intentionally weakening protections against discrimination. I have outright been told by people that they feel this is weakening of discrimination, that they feel that PPAU is effectively supporting what they would term as free speech absolutism, and that this would cause an increase in discrimination. So yes, it has actively impacted on our ability to recruit and retain members. It has impacted on our ability to form positive relationships with political and civil society groups. And I feel that until such time as we can elaborate on a proposed legislative replacement for Section 18C, it's not in our best interest as a party to propose a repeal of 18C in our policies. Now, I am not saying this should be the end of the discussion. I'm simply saying that our policy platform as it stands should not have that line, and also that if and when the policy is eventually reintroduced, and quite frankly, I expect it to be reintroduced, it shouldn't be presented to people as repealing Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act, but rather as introducing insert policy. Here, these enhanced protections would replace those currently outlined in Section 18C. So to summarize, Band-Aid, remove that line. Discussion then happens on what should be the line that replaces it, what is the actual legislative protection that we would be proposing, exactly how that should be phrased, etc., etc. But I feel that the line as it stands right now is untenable and is doing PPAU significant harm.
So, so what Liam's proposing is to amend the standing orders to allow policy amendment motions on the floor and to remove the 2-day timeout limit.
Correct.
And then after that, there would be a separate motion to amend the policy to remove that line.
Correct.
So there are 2 motions there. And I personally think a position statement would be the way to go so that we can actually take some time to consult the party and work out on a good replacement for what we think 18C should be replaced with. This has obviously been an issue for a number of years. I'm well aware, I've had many people also say to me about the issues with that part of our policy, that including in more than one case, that we went from about first, second, third preference in elections all the way down to significantly lower in the preference list. Also, the same sort of sentiment of leaving the party or not wanting to join the party. 18C has problems, but repealing 18C will also introduce problems. It's a difficult one, and it's not something I felt comfortable to develop a replacement for what we would replace 18C with. And I've been thinking about it a lot, which is why I would want to get a lot of consultation. I would feel comfortable coming up with a replacement for 18C.
I agree with you. There needs to be consultation on what the policy should be. I just feel that it's untenable for us to have as public-facing policy that we want to replace it, so that we want to repeal it without saying what our replacement is going to be.
Just to add my 2 cents worth, my biggest problem with this passage is offend or insult, primarily because those are subjective measures. You take offence, you don't give offence, and I think if we just took out those 2 little parts to offend, insult, and left the rest there, I'd be pretty happy with that. Because the rest is intentional harm to another person, whereas offence is entirely subjective. Insults are subjective. What insults you may not insult me. I think that's my biggest issue with that passage. If we just took out those 3 words, I wouldn't have a problem.
I mean, that's the kind of discussion that needs to happen, I think, over the next couple of months on what a replacement policy should be. But yeah, again, as I said, I feel that we need to suspend standing orders so that we can actually vote to remove the policy as it currently stands, and then we can have the discussion on what the replacement should be.
Do you want to move to
-1? Removing it would put us at 0, and then we can go to +1.
I agree.
Let the perfect get in the way of the good enough.
Would you like to move to establish a subcommittee to flesh this out over the coming weeks?
After these proposals, yes. So yes, I agree. It should be more fully fleshed out, but I think we need to get rid of the objectionable policy as it stands currently.
I have something I'd like to say, but would you like the Discord comments read out first?
Yes, yeah, we have comments. What's happened over the years is that the left side of politics, which is PPAU as usually associated with, has become more restrictive, authoritarian, and anti-free speech, while PPAU itself has not moved, and following others into anti-free speech stances is not a good solution. And a comment from Pip Foraker. Liam's proposed approach doesn't require us to solve the 18C problem right now, if I understand it correctly, and I agree with that.
Correct, Pip. I'm basically saying that we should solve that issue over the next few months, but the issue we have right now with that being in our policy platform is that as it stands, it's causing us harm, and so it shouldn't be there until we've got a policy that won't cause us harm. And that we would be actively harming ourselves if we leave it there for now. And yes, John, that's pretty much it. As I said before, I found out about the meeting very late.
I'd like to read out our actual policy here so everyone can hear the wording. It's repeal Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act 1975 Commonwealth, ensuring that pre-existing common law protections are sufficient to manage all cases of intimidation and harassment. So the policy as it stands says that any repeal of 18C would be conditional that there are sufficient protections against intimidation and harassment.
Yeah. I will say that's not how the people who've read it seem to be taking it. They're taking it as us thinking that current common law protections are sufficient and therefore 18C is not necessary. Whereas they feel that no current protections without 18C would not be sufficient at all. And in fact, many of them feel that protections need to be increased and enhanced.
Okay.
Dave, would you like to read out the remote comments before Alex?
Sure. I'm not certain from Pip Foraker. I'm not certain what specific evidence there is for that compared to the counterfactual where it is causing harm.
So that's in response to Jed's comment.
Yes. As I said last year, the assertion that this is causing us harm is not substantiated at the ballot box.
Do we have enough votes for the party to tell how much it's harming us at the ballot box? Or any market research on the party formally that would establish that sort of thing?
I don't think we have enough numbers to make that viable.
No. I think the only evidence we have is, to be fair, anecdotal, which has largely come from people who have personally approached members of the party and have said that I can't join the Pirate Party because of this policy, or I'm leaving the party because this is still policy and nothing's been done about it for years.
Yep. Agreed.
So what if we to respond to Jed B's general sentiment, our proposal is to ensure our proposal isn't. I don't think it's a free speech absolutism to repeal Section 18C. My reading of that was always that there would still be legal protections in case of intimidation and harassment. It's always been my reading of that particular policy. The wording of it does read that we want to get rid of it entirely. So perhaps a rewording of that would resolve all of this to say that we want to we just want to replace it with something that better fits.
I feel I feel rewording it today and tomorrow would be policy on the run. That we'd be better off removing it, figuring out the new wording, and then putting the new wording forward to be voted on.
A question from Alex here is, what if in the existing policy we made it after ensuring? I assume that precedes the previous passage. Yep. It
would be better, but I still feel that fronting the policy with repeal of 18C, a lot of people are only going to read that far. I mean, at some point over the next year, especially now that I am effectively, well, not completely unemployed, but the university sector being what it is, I do kind of want to take my marketing chops to the policy and the policy platform, look through it and see where it could perhaps be reworded to better put forward some of our arguments and put that forward to everyone. But this one stood out for a number of years. We've discussed it a few times and nothing's happened, and I feel we need to do something.
Thank you, Liam. A question here we have, a comment, sorry, from Dead B. Just so everyone is aware, as evidenced by the First Amendment in the US, if we establish free speech in a Bill of Rights, then 18C will become invalid anyway. And a question for Miles, what about instead of repeal, we say reform?
If I can comment on those briefly, you still have hate speech laws in the US, so having free speech in a Bill of Rights does not mean that there are not limits on free speech. But I would agree that certain elements would become a lot simpler for us to handle if we do have a Bill of Rights in place. To respond to Miles, reforming, again, would be good, but I do fear that it would result in people thinking we're dog whistling, which is already the fear, basically.
Please.
I think I think this issue is tribalized enough that even if we do say repeal it and replace it with this, people are still only going to read the words repeal it. At this point, it's that tribalized. That's where I'm at.
Can I am I completely off base in my understanding of our policy? Does everyone agree or disagree with me over my reading of our policy that we still do want laws there in favour of to protect against intimidation and harassment? Do people agree with my interpretation there of our policy, or does anyone disagree?
I'm not arguing with that. Just the offence part, because offence is subjective, but actual harm, that should totally be criminalised. Yeah, no issue.
If you look at our communication and expression subsection of the Bill of Rights, then it says, there's no right not to be offended, and we specifically exclude direct attempts to bring about the use of force against another person, so that's incitement, intentional false statements of fact, slander, libel, false advertising, and direct threats. I think that covers it off. Like as such earlier said, the offend and insult 2 words in 18C. And again, 18C only covers public speech as well. The humiliate and intimidate, okay, maybe humiliate, but intimidate for sure. Our existing speech policy does not support that anyway, so we have no issue with that one.
This is where I see a bit of an issue, but also a positive. As a political party, we sit right here between the libertarians and the left wing. So we are left-leaning economically, but we're libertarian primarily, and that places us at odds with most of the mainstream left-wing parties. And I think this is our greatest strength at this point. This is what sets us apart and makes us not just another colour among the Greens style parties.
Yes, John August here. Something I agree with if people can hear me.
Yes, and it's actually
I can hear you.
Well, anyway, I'll butt in briefly and say I realise our policy isn't that strong on the qualifiers, but one thing that I have said to people when I try to justify our 18C policy is I say that certainly there are oppressed minorities and that's a problem, but we want to enable them so that they can stand tall, and it doesn't matter what gets said about them, that they're resource, that they're proud and they can stand tall. And that's the sort of the way that I've articulated the 18C position. But yes, agreeing with earlier positions, I think if we are just another lefty party, I think that is its own problem. I think it is good to have some few points of differentiation, and this is certainly one of them. And yes, we should have more stuff about we want to strengthen and enable minorities to the point where laws like 18C are in a sense irrelevant or redundant because of the way we've set up society. And I realise that's hard to do and hard to articulate. And mate, we have just been so distracted with constitutional issues and so many other things that it has been hard to actually try to get on top of policy issues over the last year. But anyway, I'll shut up now.
Thanks, John.
And for what it's worth, I think I've got on top of my laptop and its speed issues by completely disabling video in both directions. But I think I'm getting the audio happening now.
This is starting to get bogged down a bit. I suggest we take it to a vote. And I think position statements can be presented on the floor. Anyone can do that. So I could definitely write up a position statement, which could sum things up. Or what was that?
I think position statements have to get voted on like anything else. So I think I would treat them the same as regular policy.
They do have to get voted on, but based off the standing orders, we can present them on the floor.
I mean, the standing orders didn't get updated when we introduced position statements. Good times. And out your greatest chicanery.
So if we're going to vote, would I be correct in understanding we first vote on if standing orders will be suspended?
Yeah. So so we have to suspend the standing orders to introduce the policy. Would you like to present your policy amendment first, or present the wording of it?
I can put that in the Discord, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be the proposal I would put forward if we agree to suspend the standing orders.
Alex, are you able to check that on the wiki?
Okay.
Put it in the third section, floor policy amendments.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll put it up.
Can I just throw out some changes to that wording as I go through it? Without doubt, significant problems. I don't think that's necessary. We can just say there are significant problems. We don't need the without doubt part.
This is the rationale. Liam can hyperbolize as much as he likes in the rationale.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Also, it may be that the vote to amend the standing orders might actually fail as well, which would make
if the vote to amend standing orders fails, then this obviously doesn't get voted on.
Yeah, I'll put this up as PM7 if the vote to suspend standing orders passes.
It should get minuted anyway.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I'm editing it, but I won't. Right? It's going in the minutes. But it's not getting put up. In that section.
Okay. So if the motion to amend standing orders fails, then anyone can present a position statement on the floor, which can say things to this effect. And I've got some ideas I could put in there. I know Liam would and a few others. So, does anyone want to comment any more on a motion to amend or suspend standing orders?
No.
We all know what is proposed and what will then be proposed. Let's do it.
Yep.
All right. Liam, would you like to put the motion?
Just
I think I might have to get that wording from you again, Alex. Was it to suspend such of the standing orders that would prevent
Enhanced protections.
a
just for a moment.
proposal for changing policy be made from the floor? Would that be about right?
I'm just going to say, suspend the quote announcing motions section of the statute.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Suspend subsection 1 of the announcing motions section in the general rules of the standing orders. Let's be specific here.
Guys, we haven't started voting yet. We're still working on the motion text.
Sorry. Yeah, it seems a little off.
Yeah, well, if we suspend all the standing motions, then we can't actually make a motion, any kind of motion.
Just by way of commentary, I don't think most of our supporters care much about these policy issues. They're more about the broader aspects of privacy and accountability, transparency in government, that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's my take anyway. I don't think they really care if we vote against this or for this. My 2 cents.
Well, that does actually make sense. I think there's different groups of people who are looking for reasons to join the Pirate Party and people who are looking for excuses not to. And it could be that people are pouring over the Pirate Party thinking, I don't like these guys, but hey, there's this thing about 18C. It justifies my pre-existing inclinations. So, I mean, look, it is possible that people are turning away from the Pirate Party because of the 18C position. But, you know, the idea that if not for that, they would become supporters, I think that's a bigger claim. And I suppose Jed B was saying we had a good result in Western Australia in spite of or because of our 18C position. So, you know, you talk a complicated thing where you can say, if not for this, people would have voted for us. And certainly people look for excuses or reasons and they'll point to this. But would it really have changed things? I suppose that's the bigger thing.
I guess we can't know without spinning up an alternate universe and playing it out like a model. But yeah, it's not an easy question to answer. I think probably there's some people that would be attracted to the party more, and there's others that would be turned away if we made that stance public. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
I have one further addition to the.
Yep, that would be fine with me as well, Alex.
Cool. Just because otherwise that. Yeah, I mean, that's arguably covered off by 3 anyway.
Yeah.
By floor motions, so take it or leave it, but.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with your suggested wording, Alex.
Cool.
Go ahead with that.
Put it then, if you please. Note that this isn't just for Liam's motion. This is now open season on any other policies.
Will anyone second my motion so we can vote on it?
Do we require seconds?
Not always, but we usually do them anyway.
Okay, if you're happy, that's been seconded. Let's open the motion for voting now. Leave this one for the full 3 minutes.
Yep. And
While we're waiting, then I'm going to go grab a drink.
Sure. I'll cut this off. We'll say we'll cut it off at 14:50.
I make it 14:52 currently.
So a break in 1
Different
minute, is that what we're doing?
It's only been going for 1 minute.
Miles's clock says it's 14:52. We'll cut it off.
For how long?
14:53. It's been 1.5 minutes currently.
How long are we breaking for?
It's a 3-minute voting period.
Yeah, we're in the voting period currently.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were taking an afternoon tea break.
Well, we can actually, after this, we've got John's 3 motions, and then that's it.
Tomorrow's going to be a short day, isn't it?
No, it isn't. We've got to argue about basic control.
Oh, there's that, yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so we can actually take a little bit of time this afternoon to deliberate over it if
We can always run a procedural motion if we have the time.
Have you ever held a snake in a pillowcase before? That's kind of what we're going to be discussing tomorrow. No takers? Okay.
I'm not game enough.
So, Miles, what do you got up there? Yeah. You've got lots of stuff up on your cupboard behind you, and some of it looks interesting. What have you got there? What's your coolest geek shit?
I'm going to do you one better than that. Just I'm going to mute myself for a minute. It's been 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'll come back to this.
Oh, So
Let's
I ran
close
out of
voting.
time.
Yep. Now we've got to tally the votes and actually count them.
Damn it.
So the wording of our standing orders are
It
majority
all passed.
of those
No,
is required.
three nays and abstains, and the rest yays. I think.
Okay, this is what I count.
Or 4 nays. Okay. Oh wow. Oh. Right.
Anyone? I've just posted the count in chat. If anyone disagrees with that count, then strenuously object. This one is,
No, wow.
The wording of the standing orders requires a majority vote, which means
This
our vote
motion
present.
does not pass.
So I take it with 14 votees, it would have required 7 ayes to pass, including the abstentions.
Yeah.
So I said I wanted to work on a position statement for it, and I can do it. I know, and I've seen the damage that this bit of policy has been doing, and I've been on radio and I've been confronted about it. So it has been particularly difficult. That said, the damage it's done has been done, and for the time being, it's not going. I don't think it's as urgent as anything. It has been our policy for a number of years. Also, additionally, if people think our policy is only to repeal 18C, they are reading our policy wrong, and that's an issue on us for not communicating our policy correctly. So with all this in mind, I think the way to do it is to rewrite it in order to properly capture the sentiment so that it's harder to misunderstand, and potentially to introduce a position statement along the way as the band-aid which Liam wants. So the last items on the agenda for today are John's 3 items. Does anyone want to make any final comments on this, on 18C, before we move on to John's items?
Mandrake has his hand up.
Yeah, Bryn?
I've currently given it a tentative title, PS Position Statement 2, Explanation of Section 18C Repeal Policy. Would that be agreeable with you? The title, that's all it is.
That's fine. The title doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll go get the next thing set up.
Okay, so policy motion 6. John, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Are you able to hear me there?
Yep, we can hear you good.
Okay, so let me see. I'll just grab hold of this particular section on the tab. Okay, so would you like me to speak with regard to 6A, yes?
Now you've put 6A and 6B, so typically what this means is you have an either or. Your rationale should sort of cover both, but do it how you like. You're right.
Okay, all right. Well, there is the notation there that talks about this. But let's say we have had our UBI policy for a very long time, universal basic income. And some time ago, we had a very large addition to our policy base talking about job guarantee, which if you check out our policies, it's very long and very strong. And originally, I sort of went along with it because there was this idea that we might get some attention from GetUp, who are pursuing the job guarantee. We had no action from GetUp, and it's basically caused, I think, more problems than it has helped, because rather than people thinking, well, you've got this policy or that policy, rather they look at UBI versus job guarantee and say, because of you got that policy, I'll move on to another party. And I do say that I believe that universal basic income is more in accord with our policy base, and you can justify it a lot more easily, and it's basically doesn't on our weirdness budget. But I think if we go to job guarantee, there's talk of modern monetary theory, and it is overwhelming our weirdness budget. And I can but say, between myself and also Clive in Western Australia, and people who might recall Clive put in quite a number of $1,000s and a lot of effort into his campaign, and I don't think he's here today. But if there was a campaign that made a splash at the last election, it was Clive's campaign in Western Australia. And the thing that motivated him very strongly was the universal basic income. But he sort of felt that there were a few things. One of them was that if the party continued with its support of job guarantee, it made him a lot less interested in standing. And I have to say, I am in the same position, in that as long as there's the job guarantee, I don't feel motivated towards standing. Now, if for the sakes of argument, having job guarantee somehow mobilises people to come on board to join the party, to get behind an election campaign and go with it, all well and good. But I don't think that's going to happen. And I can but say, as long as the job guarantee is strong within our party, I am not going to feel comfortable thinking a lot of time and a few $1,000s into my own election campaign. So if people want to think that having job guarantee means that we will attract people who will stand as candidates and put a decent amount of their own money into their campaign and a lot of effort, well, so be it. But I can say at this stage, having the job guarantee is turning myself and Clive off standing for election. And I think we may even have lost Clive from at least the motivated group if he hasn't actually resigned. But, you know, that was a hell of a campaign that he did. It was thousands of dollars of his own money that he put in, and he's got, you know, second thoughts about continuing with the party. Now, I have to say, the party is a democratic party with the general membership deciding what our policy is. So that's certainly the case. But I would also say, I think there's a stand that those people who have put a lot of money and effort into running a campaign, who have runs on the board, who have made an effort, you know, basically it's people like myself who would say, look, I'm not comfortable having the job guarantee policy, and we need to focus on the UBI in order for me to be motivated enough to stand. And I have to say, that's my position. It's not entirely to take my bat and ball and go home, because I'm willing to maintain some involvement in the party and become treasurer, as you will notice. But I am not willing to sink a bucket load of my own time and several $1,000s of my own money into a campaign when I see this element of our policy so strongly there. And I hope I don't sound like I'm holding the party to ransom, but I would suggest that the people who have put the time and money and effort into running campaigns and basically being actively involved in the party, be it national committee or other things, that I would hope people would respect, you know, the views of people like me in terms of how our party should go. But I think our party has a lot of options to do with intellectual property, to do with data privacy, to do with the government government nosing into our affairs. And, you know, we can only go so far. And I think that job guarantee is a bridge too far. A policy that really does us no good, does us more harm than good, means that the motivation of myself and others diminish. And as I say, I think we may even have lost Clive from the fold as a result of this whole thing. So that's why I'm advocating that we remove the job guarantee policy in its entirety. And you can see I talk about the novelty budget. Alex has talked about the weirdness budget. I guess it's the same thing. As an alternative to that, well, I do talk about having an alternative where we have a limited endorsement experimentation involving novel approaches to economic problems, which is 6B. But okay, someone was trying to say something.
Sorry, John. I didn't want to cut you short, but I kind of did. We need to move on with our schedule. Is there any other point that you need to make that you feel is relevant now?
John, I just muted you, sorry, because you were echoing.
Okay, well, I think that's mostly finished off most of the points that I'm making. There is obviously 6B, which is a alternative, which is to say, let's just have a limited endorsement of experimentation. But I do emphasise, my understanding from Mark G was this policy was originally just going to be a limited endorsement of and somehow something was inserted into our policy framework that was bigger than Ben-Hur. But that's an alternative. I say that if we go for PM6A, you've got a 95% chance of me standing at the next election. If you do 6B, I guess it drops down to about 70%. And if neither, well, at least you'll get me as treasurer, but I don't know how much further I'll be motivated. But yes, I can stop talking there.
All right, thank you, John. A couple of relays from our IRC. We have a comment from Jed B. Rewriting it won't really help, because as long as it is explicitly pointed out, it will be taken out of context by those who don't like free speech. Liam responded, painting people who have been the victims of discrimination as opposing a repeal of 18C because they don't like free speech is victim blaming. And Dr. Liam, have you considered the angle that if 18C does not exist, then any racial discrimination is likely to become more visible, easier to prove, and thus easier to remedy? And again, that comment was about 18C, sorry. Yep. I guess that brings us back again. Thanks, Alex. I invite you to join the Jitsi. Yeah, anyone that's able to get on the Jitsi stream, that's probably easier. You can speak to us face-to-face, audio-to-audio, instead of having to text type.
Yeah.
I'll quickly respond to that last one.
Yeah.
The idea that exposing hate speech and other bigoted speech to the light somehow kills it has been proven inaccurate. We have seen that, I mean, just look at the United States. It has not been enough to assume that essentially the marketplace of ideas will kill hatred and bigotry.
I'd like to Dave, would you like to read out Jesse's point before I respond to John August?
Yeah, Jesse's point. Where's that?
8MAJBH. He's got a weird name.
Oh, 6B at a glance looks okay to me, but I need to read it again before I take a position.
And his previous comment.
Oh, sorry. My Zoom is almost finished. I think John's point on the JG is fair enough. I will make the comment that the policy as it stands is still a trial. But I would be okay if the policy is more marginalised or scaled down or turned into a position statement. I note, as it stands, our policy is already less ambitious than the Greens' proposal for a JG, although they focus on people under 30, whereas we focus on people who are in the greatest need.
So my response to John is, as Jesse already pointed out, our policy for job guarantee is already for a trial, and it presents a rationale for a job guarantee about why a trial would be a good idea, and then it talks about the actual policy itself. So the rationale is massive. It's easily maybe 1,000 words, but the actual policy itself is about 8 lines or 10 lines. So, and it's only to propose a trial. So, John, would you be happy to, would you consider, so 6B, under your motion 6B, you endorse the trial of a job guarantee, but you do so in a small part of that. Would you be happy with reducing the emphasis on the rationale for the job guarantee, but keeping the actual policy proposals themselves? Do you think that would fit in the spirit of 6B?
No, well, I can only say there's 6A and 6B, and obviously if they both fail, well, they both fail, and I've outlined my feelings about that. But I did actually come up with 2 possibilities, 6A and 6B, and I did separate out the the rent-seeking thing. So I guess I did make some response to sort of the prevailing mood. I've explained my feelings, basically 6A, 6B, or neither. And I guess we've also rejected the suspension of standing orders. So we really can only go with things that have been proposed. So, but yeah, okay. No, I'm not about to brook that sort of changes to my position. There's 6A and 6B. Maybe minor changes to the wording of 6B I might be willing to do, but that's about as far as it would go.
Yeah, we can do minor changes. I mean, there's a whole section of the standing orders which talks about how we amend motions.
Well, I might say, according to regular meeting procedure, people can actually move to have something amended, and then you wonder if it's in the scope of the original motion. But basically, there's a movement of an amendment which may pass or fail, but then that also eventually you vote on the original motion or the amended motion, as the case may be. So yeah, there are protocols for dealing with this, which I can help with.
So, John, my understanding is someone can propose an amendment to your policy, and then you can accept it or not accept it. The proposer can then try to force it with a vote. If the vote passes, then your policy becomes amended, but you can still withdraw your policy, your proposal.
Okay, well, that does sound like a reasonable articulation. And also, I can see some questions here in the chat that I think Jesse is saying the question I ask is a problem of policy itself or the policy text explaining it. I think I said in my justification for 6, I think it's good to basically cut the thing off completely, make a fresh start and get rid of it in its entirety. I would say that the original justification for this was that GetUp might have paid some attention to us. That didn't happen. That was one of the reasons I was willing to indulge it. So I just want to get rid of it in its entirety and make a fresh start. That's my sentiment. That's the thing that would actually motivate me, and I suspect would motivate Clive. So, it's just more of a general thing. Anyway, but people can vote and think as they see fit.
Yeah. So I asked John when he was talking this through how best to put this as 6A and 6B. So from a procedural standpoint, we're only going to put one of them to the online voting system, either 6A or 6B. It's the floor. It's our job to figure out which one of those it's going to be, or neither. But we're not.
Okay, I would suggest you vote on 6A, and if 6A passes, then you don't do 6B. If 6A fails, then you do 6B. And if that fails, well, I guess that means none of them have got through. But I would suggest doing 6A first and then seeing if that passes, because that's the bigger and more substantial one. That was the sentiment I was thinking.
I'm thinking about proposing an amendment where, and this has been a compromise again, but I'm thinking about proposing an amendment where we cut most of the rationale text because it's an essay. It's a long, like it's a full-length essay, which is great, but it's not necessarily ideal when presenting public policy. You have multiple levels of presenting your policy. You have like there's the executive summary, which should be, depending on the level of technical complexity, it could be a few paragraphs, for example, and then you've got summaries of the summary and so on and so forth. But this is something which shouldn't be the first point of call when we're presenting policy. So as an amendment, John 26B, would you accept keeping the actual dot points at the bottom of the policy, but replacing all of the rationale up to, but not including restoring Commonwealth employment service with your actual 6B motion text?
No, I'm not accepting any amendments. Obviously, it's an amendment if you really want to via democratic means. But basically, I say either 6A or 6B or neither is my position anyway. And as Alex has pointed out, 6B was my attempted compromise after the last Congress.
There is still a bit of discussion going on Discord.
I would point out I did write that article in New Economy, and now they've chose this particular day to go into maintenance mode. And I suppose that article that I wrote did actually cover a lot of these issues that people are discussing. But I guess that's just the way of the world. I can see there's a lot of discussion there. And people are talking about modern monetary theory and so on. I don't know if we want to go down the modern monetary theory rabbit hole, but the original point that I was making is, regardless of whether modern monetary theory is valid or not, it is part of our weirdness budget in that you can justify UBI using relatively mainstream economic theory and say, look, this happens, this is how we calculate the numbers, while job guarantee relies on what you might call more esoteric economic approaches, not to comment on whether they're valid or not. But you can tell a more mainstream economic story to justify UBI, while it's harder to do that with job guarantee. And that is one of the things. It's the weirdness budget or the novelty budget. There's a certain amount of novelty and weirdness in UBI, but it goes even further with job guarantee, and particularly with job guarantee justified through monetary theory.
I think the current situation with COVID is a springboard, I guess. We should try to capitalise on that where we can, because it's something relevant to everyone that highlights the need for some socialist safeguards in society. Yeah, my 2 cents.
Okay, we should have Jet, which is, but that's finished now, so he should be on shortly. So for context, Jesse is the lead author of the existing JG policy, so it's only fair that he comes in to defend it.
Hello.
We have a Jesse. We have a Jesse.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I've just come out of the Zoom, so like I'm only half filled in on what's happening, but I'm assuming this is the two job guarantee removal motions, and we're having a discussion around the merits of the policy itself, as well as removing this.
I've dragged you in here, so you've got full right to reply.
Jesse, right. Catch up. Would you mind if I made a response
first? Please do, because like I only kind of was half listening at the time when I heard Sean sort of outline his arguments and everyone else having the debate. I wasn't able to fully engage.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm in support of a job guarantee. I believe it's I do go down the MMT rabbit hole. Oh no, but I think costing is a bit of a red herring there. The argument about our novelty budget is a good one, and it is an important one. And as and I know John has obviously campaigned on this. He's been on the receiving end of it. I've campaigned on this. I've been on the receiving end of it. And it, like in terms of novelty budget, in terms of our policies, the content of them is not what turns people away from the novelty side. The name is, once people get past the name of the party and they will treat us seriously, they read through our policies and they always like them. I can't actually recall any single criticism, apart from obviously within the party, that actually criticizes the job guarantee directly from someone who's an outsider. I've heard criticisms of the UBI, but that's like a separate topic. In terms of novelty, any weirdness over the concept of a JG itself is vastly overshadowed by just the name. So regarding a JG policy itself, Pardis called it an authoritarian policy, which I disagree with fairly strongly. No one's being forced to have a job. What we're seeing is that it's sort of two alternate solutions to a problem. So with UBI, we provide a safety net for people who are unable to find meaningful work. The JG is the other side of that, which is it provides meaningful work for people who want it. No one's forced to take it under our current platform, which is you have a choice of UBI, JG, or private employment. So under UBI, obviously you've got your safety net for people to find things, but JG providing that, I want to go back to that idea of meaningful work. If people are working as a stockbroker or a financial advisor or even a goddamn lawyer, what's the sort of value that they're adding to society? In some cases, like over half of the financial industry, for example, there's not value being added to society. It's an additional level of managerial complexity and middle table, which is not adding value to society. But a lot of jobs which are meaningful and do add value to society in a very real sense, they increase the cost of living, they make people enjoy life more. Some of those jobs just aren't financially viable. So with JG, we can actually provide an avenue for communities to say, this is what our community values, and we'd like to see it through. So Jesse's proposal is not a centralized top-down thing. It's not we're just going to endlessly expand bureaucracy to manage the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. It's nothing like that. No, it's bottom up. It's more anarchist take, where communities can decide what jobs they want. So a classic right libertarian argument, for example, is that they shouldn't. Some right libertarian communities in the US don't want to pay for rates. They don't want to pay for education. They don't want to pay for utilities and bills that they don't use. For example, like look at the TV tax in the UK. People don't have to pay tax for TV. Maybe they don't even watch it, whatever. So what we would do instead is this JG would provide an avenue for communities that need certain utilities to get the labour and the resources to meet those utilities that they need, and they wouldn't be forced into taking utilities and services they don't need. So it's, in that sense, it is, I believe it is a libertarian policy in that the communities, for Jesse's proposed trial, the communities themselves can decide which jobs they want to take forward and use. So I note that John 6b endorses a trial for the job guarantee, which is the actual end goal of our current policy. Our current policy simply goes into detail enumerating what that trial would look like. I don't like the idea of going into politics and saying, oh, it would be nice to do something like this. I want to go into politics and say to people, it would be nice to do this, and this is what it's going to look like. This is what the impact of it's going to be. This is what the upshot of it's going to be, the effect of it's going to be. That's how I campaigned. That's how I do political advocacy. I explain what the policy will look like, what the impact of it will be, how it will be implemented, because that makes it real. It's not some pie in the sky. It's not some, we want to end poverty, which sounds great. No, we want to end poverty by doing this, 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 and this, and this is why we think it'll work. So I'm in support of the JG. I'm in support of it being funded through MMT and expansion of fiscal policy. The party has broadly, not entirely, there's been a fair bit of dissension, but the party's broadly supported up to this point. Given that John 6b does endorse a trial, and he's right, it is a valid criticism that we do have a novelty budget, which is limited, and it is a potential risk for electability. So what I would like to do is propose an amendment to John's motion, which he's not accepting. So Alex, I believe the procedure here is that I can put my amendment to the floor to see if the floor will accept it, and then John can either amend his motion if the floor votes for it, or he can withdraw his motion. Is that how it works?
So the standing orders, I refer everyone to section 2.1 of the standing orders, which refer to amendments to announced motions. So first of all, the amendment may motion to amend another motion. The person presenting a motion, the first motion, the original motion, may agree to a proposed amendment unless it's a constitutional amendment proposal or they're presenting it on behalf of the Policy Development Committee. Neither of those apply here. So a majority vote of those present is required for an amendment motion. We'll call this Miles's motion to be carried if it's not agreed to by the person presenting the motion, or if it's a cap, or if it's on behalf of the PDC. So once amended, the motion as amended, if it gets amended, is what continues to be debated. So yes, Miles, you may put your amendment motion on 6B. I presume you want to amend.
Yep. And
we do not need John's consent. Simply a majority of the floor.
Is it okay if I speak to this first?
Yes, please, Jesse, go ahead.
All right, because I'm actually, because I couldn't quite understand what your amendment is going to be, and I was thinking maybe I should speak to this before we decide on whether an amendment is necessary. So to give a bit of context, you going to say something, or?
Oh, no, I was agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. To give you a bit of context, so when I made this policy, right, I'm a pretty sort of wonkish technical guy. And look, I did not want it to be as overly complicated as it is currently in the platform. But the reason why I made it like that initially is because it was such a highly controversial policy that I felt like it had to be argued at every single conceivable point to make it seem justifiable. However, I don't actually think that the policy text needs to even be a front-facing document. Like, you could just put it in some random page on the wiki if people want to understand more detail. Like, for example, if John's motion 6B passed, you could just put a hyperlink in the job guarantee scheme section that goes to the page that had the original policy text that explains the whole thing. Like, that to me would be very simple to do and probably make sense. So that would address, I guess, Miles's concerns around trying to explain in a concrete way what that might look like to people. I mean, if it wants to be something that you can still talk about in a campaign, so to speak. Yes, but so that was like one of the factors in the policy development. In terms of like the idea itself, I suppose like when we made this policy, geez, I think it was in 2018. It's been a while.
After 2018, yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of like sort of ahead of the curve. I think there are only one or two other minor parties that were looking at this, although now the Greens have finally picked it up, and this is probably getting a lot more momentum within the public sphere. So I suppose, like in some sense, the idea is already represented in the Australian political landscape, although I'd probably argue that at least the version we've made is probably more useful as a contribution. As I've said before in the comments, like it focuses people more on greater need, not just like let's help young people, but like, you know, what about people with, you know, disabilities, or you've got people that have come here as refugees or asylum seekers, that sort of thing. There are like people in, you know, rural and regional areas, arguably, that probably would benefit more from the scheme, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that really this is a question of do we support the idea of the federal government providing unlimited funding to certain cohorts to fund minimum wage jobs created by either, for example, local councils or not-for-profits, or whatever criteria you want to bundle that into? Do we support the idea of job creation in that sort of community-driven demand way? My opinion is that I think that is a highly beneficial thing. I mean, exactly how you execute that in principle, I mean, I don't know if it's even like practical to say every single person that signs up to a job guarantee job is going to be employed and then we'll find them work. It might be a matter of something more along the lines of, you know, the federal government provides an unlimited funding line, and then the jobs are sort of created through a different mechanism where, as I said, the councils might just come up with things that they want people to do to create new services or something, or the charity sector does that. But this is not really an important thing. My position is I think that there are merits to at least having some sort of like positive mention of this as an idea. I don't think we have to have the existing policy text or even detail as necessary anymore to kind of defend or justify the policy, because the idea is sort of already out there. I don't know if people are paying attention to the media, but the MMT genie is already out of the bottle, so to speak. It's already getting debated in like the Australian. It's already had coverage on the ABC. I don't know so much about the job guarantee in of itself, but these ideas are already floating around in the public sphere. So I suppose the value of having to have such a rigorous, specific policy detail is probably not as high as it was previously. So in that sense, I'm not really opposed to 6B. I mean, I probably still will abstain on the motion. But I do not agree with the idea of that removing the JG entirely from the Pirate Party is really going to be like a valuable development within the party's, I guess, positioning in terms of what's good in terms of developing, I guess, economic inclusion. Yeah, I suppose that's my general view of how we've like approached the JG policy so far. I'm willing to take any questions on that, if anyone's got any.
I'd just like to speak to that in terms of the upheaval with the whole coronavirus outbreak is something we haven't seen since the early last century. So yeah, we're 100 years past that, and here we are, and it's not something that our administrative structures are set up to handle. So I think, yeah, it is a special time. It's a time to consider measures that ordinarily would not be part of normal business, but they're necessary to keep us afloat over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. That actually bring up the COVID situation is a good point, because I have sort of read discussions about this regarding something like a JG. That's not to say that there is not work that you can come up with people to do, like in terms of public hygiene stuff. There's still potential for like social distancing based employment options. But I think, yeah, it is a valid point in the sense of the 1.7 million people that are currently in the welfare system, not to mention those who are dropped out of the job market and are currently hidden unemployment. If they all suddenly came in tomorrow and said, "Hey, can we have a job?" It would even be practical to have an administrative structure to deal with something like that. Like the real sort of value actually of something like a JG is more actually during a boom or preventing a recession as it starts to unfold. More so because during a boom, it means that you can flatten the Phillips curve, to use some economics jargon. It basically means that you can keep people employed at the bottom without creating this sort of accelerating inflation problem where you've created a really tight labour market, and so people start going out and demanding higher wages, which is spiraling into an inflation problem. What you've got is a fixed wage, which kind of means that people can't really bargain any higher than the fixed wage, because it's a bit of a complex thing to explain. But the point is that the value of the JG is sort of also as a macro stabilization thing. But in terms of like something like the COVID situation, while there are elements of the JG that you could sort of roll out in the COVID situation, I don't think there's anyone per se that's arguing the job guarantee is the policy to solve like COVID. Like even the biggest proponents who came up with the policy, like Bill Mitchell, for example, he's sort of saying, with something like a JG, that wouldn't be your primary policy tool to tackle this sort of problem. Although he does make a point that, hey, of the near 100 billion that we spent on JobKeeper, we probably could have, reduced unemployment to like 5% using the JG type program. So, I mean, this is sort of like a cost benefit type approach to how you deal with the unfolding employment issues, unemployment issues, income support issues within the current environment. I guess, yeah, we can talk about that in a COVID context. My view is that I don't think, in principle, the COVID situation makes the idea of having JG trials redundant. I think, if anything, it's still highly feasible to implement it depends on your limitations and what parameters you're setting, but I think it's still a reasonable and achievable policy. It's just a question of to what degree and what extent. And I suppose, the 6B sort of kind of makes it very general. which kind of gives it that flexibility at least. And so that's why I am not adverse to the 6B compromise. And I think if we decided to create a hyperlink back to the original policy, not as a current party policy, but as a reference to here's an example of what that might look like type thing, I would be satisfied with that modification to the platform.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment from the Discord, IRC, sorry. They're asking, Fred is asking if JG is a replacement for UBI, but Moles has already clarified that they'll run side by side. The job guarantee works hand in hand with the ubiquitous basic income. So, yeah, I can see both sides of that, but that's the question from Fred.
Yeah. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. But be able to like clarify what I'm a little bit puzzled about the concept of universal basic income. I don't know. Basically, if you have a living wage or an income, you can basically fill up positions if you want to volunteer at non-for-profit organizations, or you want to do SES or the fire service and stuff like that. And that basically fills up the quote needs in the community. Would those kind of jobs be the same jobs that the job guarantee would provide for? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Do you want me to speak to it, or?
Yeah, Jesse.
Thank you.
Right. So, I mean, there's a bunch of different literature on the various jobs that would be covered under a JG type system. But the main thing to sort of, the main idea and principle to understand it is, if there is some sort of local community-based, I suppose it could either be like a local, like it depends on how you set up the administration, but you could set it up saying like you can do it at the local council level, or you could say various not-for-profits or NGOs that receive some sort of like if they meet some sort of criteria or something, I don't know if it's charitable status or what it would be. You're basically just saying to them, look, if you want to hire people to do stuff that's useful to the community, and you can just put it in a proposal to us and we will fund the wage at minimum wage, and then you can pay that person the usual sort of like things you'd expect from secure employment, like they would receive, you know, sick leave, annual leave, superannuation, the award wage, all the sort of things you'd expect with paid employment, the right to join a union, and all those sort of things that you expect would be something that would be in that system. So it wouldn't just be like, you know, some charity kind of waiting around for some UBI recipient to walk in the door and then hopefully volunteer the hours that they need them to volunteer to do their thing. They would be actually creating positions that would then hire workers who come and look for that work. I mean, there are different sort of like ideas in terms of the flexibility and I suppose the exact administrative details of how you execute it. But in principle, yeah, the idea is that if there's something that's useful to the community and you want to fund it and you want people to get paid to do it, basically, you just pay them. You just hire them, create a job. If it's socially useful, pay them to do the work. Like, I don't know why there's this assumption that we have to kind of just wait around for volunteers to kind of, you know, through their own course of life, walk into something and go, oh, we've decided. Like, yeah, people can do that if they want to. There's no problem. But, you know, there's an actual sort of like collective action problem that requires, you know, social organization at a sort of like either a sort of a you know, the private non-profit sector or the sort of local public sector in the sense of like a local council or something. If they have the ability to coordinate and create programs and then get them funded and hire people at those wages to do that work, I don't understand why you would do that. I mean, other people will have their own personal reasons for why they don't want that to be a thing, but like this is just the basic rationale of the policy. So yeah, it's sort of in the volunteering space, but it's a bit different because you have a collective action form of organising, sort of way of like structured, I suppose, social services and so on, rather than, you know, you just sort of, you get a bunch of people together and do a thing. I mean, I suppose if you really wanted to do it from the ground up in a grassroots sense, then maybe you could create a charity or a not-for-profit or NGO. And then if it met some sort of baseline criteria, then you could fund people to do that socially useful thing. It's just a question of, you know, the details, the devil's in the details of what qualifies, which is a political question. But that stuff, you know, gets ironed out when you make the policy.
John has requested to speak.
In comment to the earlier question, now within the framework that I've been developing, it's not really in the policy at the moment. It is in that New Economy Network article. But there is the idea of having a volunteers bureau. Yes, you know, the UBI is saying we want people to live moderately well, but also have an inclination towards volunteer work, which they'd hopefully find of their own accord. But we could also have volunteer bureaus, sort of work training centres. There's a few other things that we can do along the way, but we don't have to have a job guarantee. Because the thing about volunteers are by their nature unpaid, but obviously we encourage people to go down the volunteer path. And just as we have the Rural Fire Service or St John's Ambulance or helping out with the local cricket club or whatever, we can imagine that sort of thing basically going a lot larger than it currently is, and have the UVI as sort of a backstop for that. So you know, other ways of doing things, and you know, it's a matter of developing the principles within the UBI of facilitating volunteer initiatives and helping that along. But anyway, for what it's worth, I wouldn't mind having sort of some last words on this, or maybe it would be appropriate to defer the vote till tomorrow, because maybe the New Economy article will come out in the meantime. But yes, I do have some more things to say in closing when we get the opportunity.
The comment I will make on volunteering versus paid positions is that political parties are an excellent example of an organisation that is mostly volunteer based, and one of the key roles, you know, a political party is sufficiently grown up when it's got the money to create a couple of administrative roles to manage all their volunteers. So, and especially for a big proper grown-up program, you've got to do big proper grown-up administration as well. So I lean towards Jesse's argument on this.
Is there any more discussion, or should we go to a vote for my amendment?
Sorry, what was your amendment, and what was the purpose of it?
Yep, I'll repost it.
Sorry, the problem is because I'm like doing this on my phone, I can't actually read the discourse at the same time, which is kind of stupid. But like I'm doing it
out to you.
Discord.
So John's proposed 6B is to replace the entire policy, including rationale and the policy points, with a statement that endorses a job guarantee trial. I think that keeping the actual policy points is still in the spirit of 6B, as they simply enumerate what that JG trial will look like. So my proposal is to take John's significantly shorter text endorsing a JG and novel economic ideas, and then basically replace most of the rationale with that. The only thing from the rationale I would leave is the final paragraph talking about restoring the Commonwealth Employment Scheme, which John doesn't mention in his section 6B.
I would suggest, Miles, that leaves a very incoherent section at that point, because we've got a section which is a endorsement of alternative economic experimentation and stuff, and B, also, by the way, restore the Commonwealth Employment Service. If I realize now that I should have raised this earlier, but the CES section really needs to be split out into its own top level thing, because there's no ifs, ands, there's no conditionality on that. Our policy says, and no matter which of, okay, arguably 6A would remove the JG policy, and okay, yeah.
Well, actually, there's a question. Would 6A leave the part of the policy that talk about the CES?
Yeah, actually, we'll need John to clarify that one.
And also, just before that sort of happens, I will make the point that we still have the option as well to kind of simplify this, and just to, like, if you approve 6B, you just reference the previous policy.
I intend to.
On another page in the wiki.
John, can you clarify that you intend to get rid of the stuff that talks about the CES as well?
I would say the thing about the CES was that was mentioned in the position statement on rent seeking and similar things. So I do explicitly mention the CES there. Though I have to admit things sort of, I guess, developed along a bit of an ad hoc way. But, you know, the thing is, I don't support your amendment, because the whole point of 6B was to dilute the job guarantee to the point where it was just an incidental mention amongst a paragraph mentioning several other things. So I would say that the dilution that I wanted is undermined by actually making an explicit link to some detailed reference to what the job guarantee is about. So really, in terms of what I was thinking of when I wrote section 6B, it's quite contrary to my original intent. So I'm certainly not going to be voting in favour of it, and I guess I'm further detailing why I don't feel comfortable with what you're trying to do.
John,
Alex?
Would you accept two clarifying amendments put by me stating that neither 6A nor 6B are intended to remove the CES portion of the job guarantee policy? Because currently I feel that's ambiguous.
Well, that's the thing. I wrote it as best as I could. I'm certainly happy to maintain some mention of the CES in the policy, but keep in mind there is mention of the CES position statement, and that does, I guess, derive from the general policy ideas that we have apart from that. But, you know, the question is, if you do want to endorse the CES, the question is where to park it. Now, the place to park it would be a actual policy section talking about, you know, bureaucracy, the good of bureaucracy, rent seeking, that sort of thing. Basically, transform the position statement into a section of policy. But the way this is developed in a sort of ad hoc way, I parked the mention of the CS into the position statement rather than a policy amendment. But the way things happen, because I had one vision, and then talking to people, they said, "Why don't you split off the, the position statement? Why don't you give a little bit of a chance for, economic experimentation?" So I have to admit, maybe I didn't think things through properly, but that's what I ended up coming up with.
Would you accept two amendments put by me, which say remove the job guarantee policy, comma, splitting out the CES section, splitting out the CES parts of the policy into their own section, comma, and then both of your, and then either of your amendments as they continue.
Okay, yes, we can. I guess that's in the original scope and something I would approve of. So, sort of splitting off the CIS into its own section. Yes, I would approve of that.
Alex, would you like to write the text for that?
Okay.
While you're doing it, Dave, do you want to read out that comment from Pip?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, comment. We are running short on time. Shall we time box remaining discussions, or are the chairs okay to run over time?
We can take a procedural motion to run over time to address specific things. So I'd like to hear, I personally would like to, I think we can, if John can accept this amendment from Alex, we can potentially do a vote on 6A, 6B now. Bryn, did you want to speak?
I couldn't seem to find the link you gave to the argument earlier, at least when trying to scroll up. Could you just resubmit it, and I'll see if I can actually get on archive.org so people can actually read it overnight?
Read what?
To John's article.
Oh, okay. You could have just messaged him about that.
I probably should have. I just was. That's why there was a completely different article that I put up there, because I thought that was. I should have noticed it a bit quickly. Wait. Oh, it was by John. Sorry, it's just hard to find it correct. It was just trying to find it, and I'm currently trying to pass it on because it might be up on. I think it is up on archive.org.
I think, unfortunately, the article is that recent that it wasn't posted there. But what I can try to do is grab the text of it from somewhere in an earlier version and post it to the Discord discussion. So that might be possible between today and tomorrow.
Okay, it might be. I was just hoping that it might be on archive.org or something, but it doesn't appear to be.
I think it's too recent to have appeared on archive.org, unfortunately.
Okay, then put it up on the wiki so people can actually see it.
Okay, I will do that between, let's say, perhaps half an hour after this meeting closes. I would suggest we defer the vote on these things till, never mind, we'll see how things play out.
Alex, how are you going with that motion text?
Before I sort of leave the jitsi, I will kind of make that my position on this is I do not support 6A. I would abstain from 6B unless there was some sort of link to referencing the previous material, not as policy, but more as some sort of informative guide to people who want to know what it is we mean by a job guarantee, if in case they're interested. But whether or not that goes in or not is kind of.
Jesse, could we spin your job guarantee trial out to a position statement?
Isn't that kind of what 6B is, though? It's already a position statement, isn't it? Or that's in the policy. It's different.
Throwing in my 2 cents, I think this is worthy of a subcommittee because in light of Corona and this whole economic crisis, this is not something that we can take lightly. This is going to go on for the next 5 to 10 years. we're going to, like, this is the deepest depression we've seen since World War II. And I think this should be put to a subcommittee.
Okay. John, do you accept Alex's proposed amendment?
I'm still amending work to make it more clearer.
Okay. Alex, those edits will make it through to IRC.
There we go.
Can you repost that?
Okay, well,
They should make it through.
I am seeing Alex's amendments. I do accept Alex's amendments. But let me also say, following up from some of the things I said earlier, it doesn't matter what our policies are. The important thing is, does it actually inspire people to stand for election, to actually stand at election booths and hand out how to vote things, to door knock, to push stuff into people's letterboxes, push election leaflets there? Now, for me, you know, there was a certain policy set that the party had originally that did inspire me, that inspired Clive. And I think that's something to keep in mind. You know, it doesn't matter what our damn policies are in the abstract. Does it actually motivate people to be bothered? And I think that's an important thing I hope people will think about.
Yeah. Apologies to the IRC folks editing stuff on. Discord edits do get propagated through to IRC as reposts. Okay. I've finalized my motion.
Okay.
So the finalised motion is to amend 6A's motion segment to be remove the job guarantee policy its entirety except for the Commonwealth Employment Service elements, and to amend 6B's motion to begin with remove the job guarantee policy by breaking out the Commonwealth Employment Service elements into a new section and replacing the remaining job guarantee policy with the section. I guess into a new policy rather than into a new section, but everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Okay. It's now, I make it now 4 o'clock. However, before we do, I think we've got to a point where we can vote on 6A by itself. Either enough of Congress is convinced that JG is entirely worthless and needs to be removed, or they aren't. And thus, I think we can vote on 6A by itself. If 6A passes, then the policy is gone, and there's enough support for that, and we move on. If 6A fails, then tomorrow we can continue deliberating over 6B about how to amendment. How does that sound to everyone?
Yes, conditional on John saying agreeing to my 6A amendment.
I think John has agreed.
Yeah, I've agreed to the 6A amendment. As I say, it's a bit sad that damned article on New Economy. The one day that this damn meeting happened, they only did a maintenance mode, which is quite sad.
Okay.
Anyway.
So,
on a light note, can I just point out, you just said a 6 a.m. amendment. I'm not going to be up that early. Sorry.
Okay. John, are you okay to vote with 6A now and leave 6B to tomorrow if 6A fails?
Well, either can we defer the voting on 6A and 6B tomorrow and just defer the meeting till then?
If you want to do that, yeah, that's fine.
I'd be happy to doing it.
It's going to pass anyway.
I'm not so sure, but okay. We'll see.
John wants to leave it till tomorrow. That's fine either way.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a procedural motion to adjourn until tomorrow. Let me find that. While we're waiting, I'll always to show you guys.
What the fuck are you doing? Miles, what are you doing? Miles, there was something seriously wrong there. You're back! This sounds bad. I've lost video, but the audio is still clear.
I've hidden the video. Just...
Oh, there you go. I can see you now.
Now turn the video back on. Android, we haven't closed progress.
It was going back.
Hey, Mandrake.
Joe Blaster.
If you're welcome, if you want to, you're welcome to come over here to drink or dinner or whatever.
Okay.
That's 2 minutes.
Has 11 eyes,
We just hit
one
about
mage,
60
3
seconds
abstained.
while I'm staring intensely to the camera. So the Queensland Premier, in all her wisdom, has decided that this is a dangerous weapon and it needs to be given similar restrictions as actual firearms.
Yes. We were playing with the gel blasters earlier. They're only legal in South Australia and Queensland, but apparently they arrested someone last week in Queensland. I don't know. Very confusing.
That arrest was for border crossing, I think.
Well, I had the police come here because my nephew was shooting the gun outside and some neighbors. They came here, I put the gun in their hands and they were cool with it. They were cool with it. But yeah, somebody called the cops.
No fun at all. No fun at all.
No fun at all. Our neighbours are sick ones, mostly.
Can we draw things to a sensible conclusion?
Yeah,
Sorry.
the so Ben, you can bring the stream down now. Thanks, everyone.